Partnership with TD Cinex. That's Quebec Uniform, Michael Uniform. QUMU.
Okay. Good morning. All right. All right, so VIX is hanging out at 1538. Tick cumulative is trying to cross over on the 30 minute. Had a really good day yesterday. Microsoft. Good morning, Ken. Dobre utra.
GTHX getting a pop here. G1 Therapeutics 1437 the high. Golf Tango Hotel.
All right, Amazon is up $6.86. Got Apple is flat. Facebook is up $2.61. We were looking at taking some Facebook yesterday. We thought we might get a gap up. Looks like that's what's going to happen. Facebook, what I would do, this is Microsoft, by the way. Facebook, what I'm going to do is look for profit taking first thing this morning.
announced their results on November 3rd.
That'll usually see things pull back a little bit.
X-ray GTHX.
You did? Okay. What we typically see on Facebook, Mondo, is you'll see profit taking first thing in the morning. Depending on how much it dips, I might buy some too. But what I usually do if I'm in Facebook on a gap up, I take profits at the open on a limit order. So as soon as it opens, I hit the limit order button and I try to get the high. Usually I get filled in the first, 5-10 minutes. I don't like using a market order because you don't know what you're going to get filled at. And then depending on how much it dips, I'll start to look for a follow through because Facebook looks really good. Facebook, I really like it. It's sitting on top of 21 day. We're trading 340 right here, 340. So we're right just above where 342, right up here at the top of that candle. All right. So I'm looking forward to head for the 50 days. So any dip this morning, I'm going to buy on Facebook. I do that with any options trades. Usually if I swing, we can be a little bit more aggressive because of the way the markets are set up. We have the major gamma level is at 45.10. We're above that level. But, excuse me. Okay. All right. So, all right. Bitcoin futures. I bought some shares of Bitcoin to track it yesterday. Bitcoin futures, BITO, the ETF. We're trading almost 65,000 now. So who was it? Was it Kathy that said she was expecting Bitcoin to be at 200,000 or something like that? Maybe 80,000. I don't know. What rings a bell? So Bitcoin is on a 5-minute, 30-minute, 60-minute, and daily buy signal. So there's no sell signals yet at the highs. SPY is pushing higher. SPY, watching SPY right here. Okay, I wouldn't be taking any SPY at the open. You probably have some calls from yesterday. Some of you took calls yesterday. All right, so we're easing up towards yesterday's high, 451.22. All right. All right, SPY is taken off to the upside. We'll see if it's a reason to sell into strength or if they're just going to keep buying here. VIX is at the low, 1530 and change. Okay, Microsoft, Caterpillar. I'll be looking to buy some more Caterpillar shares. Looking for a test of the 50-day. I got a feeling we're going to push above the 50-day. The number of stocks trading above their 50-day suggests that we're obviously that they're still buying. Okay, so you can see the 50-day. So over the last few weeks, since the end of September, I told you that this is an area where the green zone, the reason it's painted green is because institutions be buying here when everybody else is selling. CCI gave us a nice signal. It's showing muscle right now like it did back over here in March, where we had the last buy signal, the beginning of the year, buy signals, those vertical lines. You can see what happened thereafter. We're probably going to break out above this resistance level. This is the S&P Equal Weight Index. Stocks removed from, there goes Caterpillar. Caterpillar's on the move. All right, we got less than a minute to go. There's your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're off. We're off. There we go. Facebook gapping up. All right, take some profits off into strength. It's probably going to fade here. Probably going to fade. People are quick to take profits first 15 minutes. That's why I always take profits, among other reasons. All right, Microsoft gapping up. Continuation. Microsoft, same idea here. Microsoft, if it starts to fade. All right, Amazon's following through. Apple's going. Apple's going. There goes Apple. All right, Apple looks like it just wants to keep going. All right, so we're at the top of yesterday's range. VIX is at the low. All right, what do we got here? 1.2 to 1 up volume. So we got less participation. All right. NVIDIA starting to move higher. NVIDIA. Okay, we're looking for NVIDIA to move too. All of these are above the 50-day. Looking for these to break out like Microsoft did. This looks very similar. Looks very similar to Microsoft. You can see this broadening pattern. Lower lows, higher highs. Microsoft looked very similar before it broke out. Lower lows, breaking out above these highs. Watch for the volume. Okay, you can see the volume here on NVIDIA. Okay, Netflix had earnings. Netflix is down here. Probably give this a couple of days. If it holds 620, that might be a good entry. Watch for buyers down here. Shorts to cover on Netflix. All right, Facebook's fading a bit more. Try to resist the urge of buying in the first 15 minutes. You want to wait for institutions to tell you what they're going to do. Apple's moving higher.
Sandy Bravo Uniform X-ray SBUX.
All right, we've got about 60%. 60% of sectors are green. The leading sectors: healthcare, utilities, builders, biotech. Okay, biotech. I saw discussions in the trading room last night about biotech. Um, you can have an opinion, but until price action moves out of this base, I'm really hands off on IBB. Needs to get above the 200-day and the 21-day.
Dow Jones Industrial Average up 0.1%.
Novavax gapping down. Wow. Novavax is 100 points, 150 points off of those levels. Jeez, man, that was gotten creamed. What's Moderna doing? All right, American Airlines. Okay, let's see what's working today. What's working so far? All right, the Dow Jones, Apple, higher. Microsoft, a little dip. Looking for Microsoft to follow through. Apple. Okay. Facebook. All right, Facebook looks like it's going to hold this level so far. Facebook looks like it's going to hold. Still a little early. All right, Ford is higher. Apple. Carnival Cruise Lines. Not really interested in the cruise lines or the airlines. Micron. UAL had earnings, right? There goes Apple. All right. AMD. Damn it, Janet. I had the 115 calls, but they expired. They expired on Friday. There goes VIX starting to move higher. All right, we might get a dip on the spiders. We're expecting higher volatility today. All right, Facebook looks like it's going to bounce here. Keep an eye on Facebook. It's a little early. We're not even 5 minutes into the day. Facebook looks like it's going to maybe hold here. Let's see.
BBIG, Vinco Ventures, Zash Global, Vinco Ventures Chairman and Co-founder Ted Farnsworth to appear on Benzinger's Power Hour show at 12:20 p.m. Eastern Time. That's Bravo Bravo India Golf BBIG.
All right, Bitcoin looking good. Microsoft, DD Global, still trying to push higher, DD. CEI. CEI is on the move. All right, so VIX is spiking higher. VIX spiking higher off the lows. All right, JB Hunt. JB Hunt. I see there are trucks everywhere. JBHT. Follow through, nice follow through on the breakout, flag breakout. All right, CEI looks like a little profit taking there. All right, VIX, a little spike there on the VIX at the lows. So I don't know if that was shorts covering. Still a little early to see what we have up for today. Las Vegas Sands, we've been watching for these to push higher. Okay, trying to push off of this 5-day, 6-day base at the 50-day. The 9's crossing up through. So we're looking for this to follow through with WIN. Okay, looking for those to move. MGM faded from the highs. Oh, you know what we wanted to do, take a look at was Merck. Merck bouncing. Merck looks like a buy. All right, Merck looks like a swing long, a swing long here. You don't have to take every trade that I mentioned, by the way. All right, usually not a good idea anyway. All right, goes SPY starting to move higher. Las Vegas Sands pulling back a little bit. Merck looking for a follow through after a little dip. Merck looks like it wants to go. The 40 delta call is the 81 strike. That's $1.25, $1.35 bid. Those might work. Expecting Merck to continue. All right, I bought a few November 40 delta calls here. That is the 81. And X1119 is the expiration. I bought 5 to start just to see what I can get here. There's not, the 80 strike has a larger open interest. At 33,000. The 80 closer to the money is 50 delta.
SKLZ Skills October 29 $10 call sweep Sandy Kilo Lima Zulu.
All right, this looks pretty good. Looking for Merck to get moving. Our Merck is starting to move now. Okay, look at the relative volume. We want to see this volume stay high, and we want price action to do what it did yesterday, move away from VWAP. Okay. Healthcare.
Shares of Skills spiking to the highs, $9.52 now. That's Sandy Kilo Lima Zulu SKLZ. ALPP, Alpine 4 Holdings, halted on a circuit breaker. That's Alpha Lima Papa Papa.
CNI, big pop on CNI, Canadian National. All right, Merck is looking good here. Merck looking for a follow through on Merck. Merck. All right, Nvidia is up $1.30, starting to move. Nvidia is looking good too. Nvidia is up $1.30. Watch Nvidia. Nice.
SONO, Sonos getting a pop. Highs. Hearing increased stake from David Einhorn. Scott Wapner tweeting David Einhorn reveals a new letter that he's increased his stake in Sonos to a size that makes it worthwhile to discuss. Say they've owned it for about a year. David Einhorn coming up on CNBC at noon. That's in the Oscar November Oscar. JFIN, Giant Group, halted on a circuit breaker. Juliet Foxtrot, India, November. $4.48. That's JFIN. Bitcoin futures spiking here, 66,600 all-time high on Bitcoin. Shares of Coinbase spiking 312.70.
All right, nice work there. Nice work, Mondo. All right, so Nvidia looking good. All right, SPY still going. VIX, watch for VIX to roll over here. Watch for VIX to roll over. If it does, SPY should get above R1. All right, SPY should jump above R1 if VIX rolls over. All right. HUT going. The Bitcoin ETF is up $2. Looking for that to follow through. Bitcoin taking off to the upside.
Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey responding to his own tweet from yesterday, 7:0.
All right, SPY's still going. VIX is starting to pop up. Watch VIX here. It hasn't rolled over yet. VIX. Microsoft. Looking for the follow through. Microsoft. Looking for a follow through in Facebook. Nothing yet on Facebook. All right, still fading on Facebook. All right, so the first 15 minutes are out of the way. Start watching for a dip to get bought here, Facebook. Okay, because we're in a positive gamma state, buying the dip is going to work with a higher probability, not a guarantee, a higher probability. So I'm looking for Facebook to give us some buy signals. Right now, the 30 and the 60 minute are on sell signals, so we're watching. Could be the dip that gets bought right here. All right, so just triggered a 5-minute on Facebook, a buy signal on Facebook. All right, so we got wicks down there, probably going to reverse now. Nope, not yet, not yet. All right, so it's a little tricky this time of day. There goes SPY. VIX is dropping off. SPY moving higher through R1. AMD, got a lot of 120 calls trading. AMD, don't buy the high of the day. You know that AMD tends to reverse at around 10 o'clock. All right, so Facebook watching for the dip to get bought here, Facebook. Facebook looking for the dip to get bought.
JFIN resuming trade now after a circuit breaker.
Bitcoin hits 66,600. Okay. Bitcoin hits 66,600. 3 sixes. I'm sure a lot of people will be commenting on that. And we're just off the highs. Bitcoin. Wow, what a freaking move on Bitcoin. All right, Facebook. All right, Facebook has 35% IV. Implied volatility is 35%. All right, looking for that to turn, move higher. It's on a buy signal on the daily.
CNEY circuit breaker halted. Charlie November Echo Yankee. CNEY.
Looking for the dip to get bought here on Facebook. Still pulling back a bit. All right, VIX is pushing higher. Microsoft, what you doing, Microsoft? Microsoft still hanging out. NVIDIA. All right, still hanging out.
LRY.
Merck is on the move.
Tilray is a new pick at Banyan Hill. Tango Lima Romeo Yankee.
All right, so Merck, I might add some shares here on Merck. I have the calls.
Shares of Tilray moving higher, $11.41. Tango Lima Romeo Yankee.
Merck, the calls. Looking for the follow through here. All right, Merck is looking really good.
Now seeing the $11.50 weekly Tilray call. Tango Lima Romeo Yankee.
Excuse me. Merck. Tilray, they got calls trading on Tilray. All right, watching Tilray. Want to point something out on Tilray. All right, look at Tilray. It's still in a markdown phase. If this gets above the 50-day, you see the moving averages starting to turn now. Okay. Still the early stages. We won't know for probably about a week. Maybe by the end of the week, we could see a move above the 50-day. If that does happen, we could be starting an uptrend and reversing this downtrend that started in February. Okay. We get that high in February, and ever since then, we've been below the 921 and 50-day. Once this gets back above the 921 and 50-day, we'll start to flip the moving averages up and to the right. That's where we can have a high probability setup. Merck is going. Merck. All right, I added some calls to Merck. All right, looking good. This is a day trade for now, Merck. All right, Merck is working. We were looking for Merck after it announced that it had a pill that you could take. It's for, I guess it was generated originally for older folks that could take a pill at home. It lowers their risk of hospitalization if taken prior to, or the early stages of symptoms. So Merck has a pill out. But that was the news right there at 84. We didn't want to buy it up there. We wanted to buy it on any dip that got bought. So this is a good example, a good example of what I look for. While it's not a guarantee, after it hits the 21-day or 50-day or 200-day, whatever moving average that captures institutions' attention, we look we look for the first bullish day. Excuse me one second. We wait for the first bullish day. That was yesterday. The second day is the higher probability. If this holds the highs of the day, which most likely is the case, you can see stochastics is about to turn. When stochastics turns higher, that's telling you look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. When stochastics is turning lower, it's telling you to look for closes in the lower half of the daily range. So as it's rising, like it did here, here, and here, that's where we want to start to buy. So this is still early, but it looks pretty good for Merck. Looks like it's going to get bought. More and more people are piling into it now. We got pretty decent relative volume. Merck looks like a winner. Chicken dinner. Anyway, so they have this pill. I believe it's approved, and maybe it's even being shipped. All right, so the Gates Foundation to spend $120 million to speed access of generics of Merck's COVID-19 pill. All right, so that's pretty interesting here.
OCA, Omni-Channel Acquisition CEO Matt Higgins, and Kin Insurance CEO Sean Harper to appear on Benzinger's SPAC Attack show at 11:45 p.m.
All right, so the Gates Foundation is spending quite a bit of money on this generics for the Merck pill. You're probably going to get a nice winner out of this one. Okay.
11:45 a.m. Eastern Time. That's again OCA, Omnichannel Acquisition CEO, and Kin Insurance CEO to appear on Benzinger's Back Attack Show at 11:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Oscar Charlie Alpha OCA.
All right. Gates is going to spend 120 million. All right. Looking really good here. Nice.
It's 10 o'clock.
All right. So Merck looks really good. It has an ATR of $1.60. It's $1.68. All right. So we could see another buck.
IBKR and JPM Interactive Brokers announcing request for payment service from JP Morgan. That's India Bravo Kilo Romeo and Julia Papa Michael. BX Blackstone buying majority stake in Spanx. That according to Dow Jones. Deal value Spanx Woman Shaper Pioneer at $1.2 billion.
All right. VIX is hanging out. Merck looks good.
That's BX Bravo X-Ray.
All right. So I see lots of stocks being mentioned, symbols being mentioned in the trading room. Good job there. FANG stocks. All right. Looking for the dips to get bought. Looking for the dips to get bought here. NVIDIA pulling back. Microsoft still drifting lower. Microsoft. Bitcoin and BITO moving higher. Bitcoin. Facebook still pulling back. All right. Filled the gap this morning. Not that I'm looking for gaps on Facebook, but looking for the dip to get bought. Still early. It's only 10 o'clock. Looking for the volume. HUT moving higher, looking good. HUT. HUT. Pushing higher. All right, watching the relative volume. All right, looks like the breakout. HUT. Breakout. Merck looking for the follow through. All right, looking for a little dips to buy Merck.
Shelby, my resumes trading. Moving lower now. $9.22. That's Hotel X-ray.
All right, SPY still hanging out at R1. All right, so we're looking for a dip to get bought. VIX is probably going to push a bit higher. S&P 500 stocks on the move. Ford, Apple, AMD. AMD, the 120 calls getting bought on AMD. All right, a little dip right here. AMD tends to do this, all right? So you shouldn't be surprised if you've been in this trading for any length of time. You know that AMD has this thing about reversing the high of the day. Either it continues or it fades the day. It does one or two things. And it fades the high of the day. All right, so we're looking for buyers to step up. American Airlines bouncing. Stocks are mixed. Freeport's off a little bit. In mode pulling back from the highs. In mode. It's up $2 on the day. AMD pulling back. Looking for the dip to get bought on AMD. Tesla looking for a bounce on Tesla. Tick cumulative about to cross over. We're getting better volume here. Up volume is leading. All right, S&P futures pushing higher. NASDAQ futures taking a break today. Why is that? Well, for the last couple of days, we've had a really nice move in the growth stocks. All right, you see this turning down is telling you the growth stocks are probably going to take a breather. There goes the cyclical stocks. Watch Caterpillar. Caterpillar looking for the follow through. All right, Caterpillar tagged the target. Caterpillar is tagging the target. Looking for a follow through. All right, another bullish day. Caterpillar. Caterpillar on the move. Looks really strong here. Caterpillar. Nice look on Caterpillar.
TXRH, Texas Roadhouse, November 90 calls active. About 5,400.
Caterpillar.
On that. That's Tango X-ray Romeo Hotel.
Caterpillar looks really strong. FedEx looking good. All right, FedEx is moving. All right, FedEx needs to be above the 50-day. The 21-day, rather. All right, so it looks like today's the day for FedEx. All right, looks like today is the day for FedEx. Finally gets going. All right, NASDAQ futures are off. S&P futures are higher. So it looks like the money's rotating into out of growth. FedEx looking good here, looking for a follow through. Merck looking for a break higher. God, that's annoying as hell. Okay. Okay, so Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation said on Wednesday it would spend up to $120 million to kickstart development of generic versions of Merck and Company's oral COVID-19 treatment to help ensure lower income countries have equal access to the drug. The aim is to reduce the gap between, yeah, sure it is. It's all about the money. It's all about capitalism. The aim is to reduce the gap between when wealthy countries have access to antiviral medicine, yada, yada, whatever. The foundation investment will be used to help drug makers ramp up production of generic molnupiravir, as well as support regulatory filings and prepare local markets, blah, 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 blah. So that's a good development for Merck. Merck on its own, price action, telling you what institutions think as this starts to move higher. Will it continue higher today? We have no idea, but it looks very bullish. I like pullbacks. I do not like buying the highs, especially outside the upper Keltner bands. Those almost always pull back. We told you the day that the news came out on this big wiki candle, wait till it pulls back. Give it a couple of weeks. We got the couple of weeks now. Pull back to the 21-day, big bearish candle, reverse the next day. On Tuesday, we had a nice positive close. Now we're seeing a follow through, and Merck has an ATR of $1.70. So we could see another buck out of this one. It's a day trade for now, and we'll probably sell some if we do close at the highs of the day, ATR. We'll watch and see what it does around lunchtime for an ABCD pattern. Watching VIX here is just sideways. All right, so let's take a look at VIX. All right, VIX is in an area where we could see a bounce like we've had in the past. All right, so we're near, if you want to call it support, or the lower bounds. So we could get a pop in VIX. We're expecting high volatility today. So it's possible that we could see a bounce in VIX. For now, though, everything looks pretty good. For now, everything looks good. Let me get rid of the Microsoft. We don't need that. Or that. All right, so VIX looks good. Let's take a look at breadth. NIMO is positive. There goes SPY. SPY's starting to move higher. Maybe we get a breakout on SPY. I didn't buy any calls today yet. All right, so number of new highs versus new lows. We got 30 more new highs than we did yesterday, which was a high count, I think 190 at the close, 190 new highs. That's versus the previous day, not 52-week highs. Looking for that black line, the moving average, to continue higher, higher highs, higher lows. Advanced decline, more advancing stocks than declining. That's a sign that institutions have been buying. New York Stock Exchange at all-time highs, above 17,000, breaking out of this broadening pattern. So that looks good. We told you that the put-call ratio is telling us that this should be a low. All of these spikes into the green zone above 1 was telling us to look for this inverted head and shoulders to play out to the upside. So if you bought last week into this week, you're doing really good at this point. We can be a little bit more aggressive coming into this week because the moving averages and price action above the 50, and we're seeing continuous flow confirmed by tick cumulative if it crosses up. Tick cumulative fast signal just crossed. Tick cumulative fast signal just turned higher. All right, so watch Merck. Merck should continue higher, I would think. So we got a nice follow through. Okay, we're coming up to that 45.50 zone. Anticipate some resistance there. So far, we're pushing off R2. SPY is going here. SPY looks good for Friday. Looks good. All right, so we had our reset. We had our reset during the month of September. Formed an inverted head and shoulders. We had JP Morgan come in and roll out or start a new collar. That's basically bullish. They sold the 45.05s. We're above that level now, so you know that they had to roll those up. And they had a put spread down at the lows, which is protecting them on the downside. So they were looking for this upside. There goes SPY now. SPY looks good.
Coming up at 10:30 in about 15 minutes. Food and gasoline inventories. Crude a build of 1.857 million expected. Gasoline a draw of
Merck looking for a push higher.
expected, and distillates a draw of 700,000 expected. That's coming up.
Merck looking for a push higher.
8 a.m. Eastern time.
What's the FANG stocks doing? FANG. All right, looking for Facebook to bounce here. So if you were looking for a place to buy, this is the place to buy. Facebook watching volume here. We could get a good reversal out of Facebook right at this point. So if you waited, we're watching for volume to come in. Here goes Apple. Apple bouncing. Apple, nice bounce there. Volume coming in. Merck looking for the follow through. Go, Merck. Go. Go, 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 go. Go, Merck. Break out. Break out, please. Thank you. All right. Merck. Merck, Merck, Merck. Okay, when I made my first purchase of those Merck 81 40 Delta calls, there were three trades ahead of me. I bought 5, I doubled up, I have 10 now. Open interest is 887. The next lower strike at 80 has 33,636 in open interest. That has 239 contracts have traded so far. Still no follow through. We're looking for a follow through in Merck. VIX looking for it to drop off. A bit more aggressive because of where we are over the last few days, being a bit more aggressive. Now we're starting to ease up into a resistance. So I'll start to pull off. Instead of taking 10 or 20 calls, I might take 5 tomorrow and the next day. I generally don't like to trade options. I don't like to buy options on Fridays or Thursday afternoon, after Thursday afternoon, because the way theta works. Short-term options. All right, watching Merck here, looking for a follow-through. No follow-through yet. HUT, continuation. Hut continuation. Let's see what. All right, that looks good. SPY. NYMO's plus 42. Breadth is improving. NYMO's plus 42. BITO is at the highs. FedEx looking for a follow through. DD Global, little dip looking like it's going to get bought here. NVIDIA starting to bounce. NVIDIA starting to bounce. SPY grinding above R1. VIX is a little gap down there on the 1 minute chart. VIX. All right, so we're just grinding along. We're pulling away from VWAP. Okay, we're starting to pull away from VWAP. That's a positive setup. We know that the stock is, the asset is in play when it's moving away from VWAP. We just need more volume now. Let's check out the volume. What's trading the highest volume here? All right, Rite Aid, very cheap. Rite Aid, very cheap at $14. Rite Aid looks like a swing long setup. When is Rite Aid's earnings? Let's check earnings on Rite Aid. RAD. And we want to check the rest of the sector too. All right, earnings are 12.17. Rite Aid, CVS, Walgreens, Boots Alliance, these three. All right, they're all bullish today, or at least they see some buyers. CVS looks a little better. And Rite Aid coming off the low. So you got a double or triple bottom here on Rite Aid. RAD, triple bottom. At 13.50, 13.25. All right, so Tesla plus $1.40. I was watching a nice video about Tesla's GigaPress, which is very interesting. You know, the major manufacturers don't have this technology. Basically, Tesla is able to melt down the alloys for the body, inject them into molds. These giant gigapresses, they're like 40 tons, these machines. And they can make the body in two parts. The two parts are joined together structurally with the battery pack that acts as support of the two. It quickens the process. I think they said they can make 1 million units per year. It's a technology that the Ford, GM, and the other car manufacturers don't have access to. And also, people were talking about the chip shortage affecting Tesla. Tesla never canceled its orders like Ford and GM did. So they have to get in line now. Tesla never did that. So watching Rite Aid here. So that bodes well for Tesla. You know, I see Tesla over 1,000. So if you have a chance, you know, check out YouTube. I think it's called Tesla, the Secret Weapon or something like that. Or you can just Google GigaPress. Very interesting. Something to watch after hours, especially if you're a Tesla trader. There goes SPY. SPY's on the move. SPY's on the move, headed for R2. All right, SPY is headed for R2. VIX dropping off. VIX is dropping off. Look how we're pulling away from VWAP. That's what we look for. See the volume there? I'd like to see this volume pick up too. We saw a lot of calls. Lee Star posting in the trading room. A lot of those calls that have us thinking more bullish. Costco continuation. Costco, nice job on Costco if you're still with it. Tesla. Merck looking for the breakout. All right, SPY looking good.
Exxon Mobil. Dow Jones says Exxon debates abandoning some major oil and gas projects, according to sources. Exxon directors have expressed concerns about large Mozambique and Vietnam projects. That's X-Ray Oscar Michael.
Facebook, nice bounce so far, Facebook. So I got a little surprise. My wife brought my mother-in-law back with her. I was not expecting that. Was not expecting that. The kids were really excited. Not really. Oh boy. All right, Facebook's nice bounce here. There goes SPY pulling away from VWAP. Pulling away from VWAP. SPY doing its thing. Pulling away from VWAP is what we want to see. All right, SPY at the high of the day. We're at R2 right now. Nice follow through on SPY. VIX dropping off. S&P futures ripping higher. S&P futures. All right, NASDAQ reversing. The FANG stock's getting bought again.
CSBR, championed oncology, expands global biomarker capabilities with opening of European lab at Open Zone Life Sciences campus. That's Charlie Sandy Bravo Romeo. CSBR.
All right, VIX continues to drop off here. VIX. So let your winners run. These are starting to work very nicely. The Facebook and other FANG stocks are turning. We're seeing buyers come in, so that looks good. Netflix, they've been buying Netflix all morning, so looks like they're not going to keep Netflix down here very long. Netflix still pushing higher. All right, VIX dropping off, SPY still going.
Coming up in a little over a minute now. Crude and gasoline inventories.
Facebook still pushing higher.
Crude a build of 1.857 million expected. Gasoline a draw of 1.267 million, and distillates a draw of 7.
Costco, nice follow through. If you took Costco on Monday or last week, Costco continuation, breaking out. All right, you see all of these patterns? Very similar look to them. Look at Costco. I have a chart already for Costco. Let me just. All right, so we noted this on Microsoft. I think I have it here. Let me see. Microsoft.
SWX Carl Icahn issues letter to shareholders of Southwest Gas.
I guess I didn't. All right, so let me just mark up one of these Microsoft charts. All right, so Microsoft. Costco looks very similar, as does NVIDIA. NVIDIA does as well. All right, so we're above this level. That's your closest. You can look at all that green there in that volume by price bar. You see that? All that green right there? There's no red. That's all buying. That's all buying. All right, so looking good here. Above this level, there's no overhead supply. All right, so we're above that area. There's no overhead supply.
Crude getting a pop here now. Again, crude a draw of 431,000 versus a build of 1.857 million expected.
All right.
Gasoline inventory is a much larger draw than expected.
So
1.368 million versus
we had this downtrend, right?
Crude popping here, $82.
Crude popping. We had this downtrend and we had this uptrend, and then we had this overhead level resistance. All right, so that's Microsoft. Look at the Costco the same way. Look at Costco. COST. Costco. Very same pattern. Okay. Maybe Costco's marked up. Let's see. Costco. So just stick with your Costco. Looks like it's going to continue higher in the short term. Yeah, see that? I was showing that already. So base, trend, base, breaking out. All right, so Costco, don't chase it here, but we should see this follow through. It's pulling back right now. So Costco is going to give you an entry, a better entry. VIX popping up a little bit. All right, SPY most likely runs up to 450, 455 in the next couple of days. We got Thursday, Friday. All right, there goes SPY even more on the move. All right, Costco's dipping right now, so you know what you're looking at on Costco. All right, so look at the 5-minute. Okay, Costco dipping back to the VWAP. So we want to see volume come in right near VWAP. So this is drifting low. Let the trade come to you. If it starts to reverse before it gets to the moving average here, this is better entry for options. You don't want to buy the high of the day. You don't want to chase. Wait for the little dips. VWAP is still very positive. Volume looks good. Target, let's see if Target's moving too. All right, Target's flat. Walmart, what's Walmart doing? Okay, Walmart's doing something similar. It's already just pulled back to VWAP. So you want to get the best entry if you're an options trader. And you don't get it by buying the high of the day. You don't get it by chasing. You look for little dips. Still very early. It's only 10:30, 10:33. Okay, Merck.
LC Lending Club shares getting a pop to the high, hearing
Watching Merck.
Atlas Trading mentioning the stock.
Merck. Let's see Merck here. MRK, Merck. Okay, Merck could come back a little bit to VWAP before breaking higher. It's got $1.70 ATR. All right, so we know that it has potential. We just need to see the volume. We haven't seen the volume. Stochastics hasn't turned yet. Looking for that to push higher. SPY's at the high here. VIX trying to turn. Nikola bouncing. Nikola pursuing a lawsuit against Tesla. Looking for a good setup on Nikola. Pull back a little bit, so maybe this is the setup. Facebook. All right, Facebook back above VWAP. Facebook back above VWAP. All right, back above VWAP. Facebook. Let's see what the. All right, there's a crap ton of options trading today. We've seen a lot of volume on Facebook the last couple of days, highlighted by David, aka Buford. All right, so we're watching. Man, there's a lot of volume here. The 345s. The 345s are a 35 delta, so if they push a bit higher, these are going to be a 40 delta pretty quick. Facebook, the 345 call for Friday is a 35 delta, 36 delta as it builds higher. So Facebook is reversing. All right, Facebook. All right, so buyers at the low of the day, like yesterday. So looks like they're still there looking for opportunity off of the 200-day, pushes through the 9 EMA, then the 21-day. Nike a few weeks ago looked very similar. Nike right under the 50-day right now. Las Vegas Sands on top of the 21-day looking for a follow-through. All right, Facebook looking for the follow-through.
AXP, American Express, new pick from Mark Minervini.
AXP, Mark Minervini, yeah, okay. SPY looking for a little dip now. Facebook still going. NVIDIA, Tesla's up $3.32. Don't forget about Tesla. Could escape people's radar. Facebook still going. Take care, Dow. Thanks for joining us this morning. Facebook.
AXP, American Express shares now spiking to the highs, 178.31 after a recommendation by trader Mark Minervini.
Our VIX moving lower. Facebook moving higher. Okay. Merck. All right, Merck, can we get some follow through? Merck's traded on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, so depending on what market makers want to do down on the floor, they could push this another buck, sell it, sell their positions into the highs, making their markets. All right, watching Merck right here. Merck starting to move. Merck, we'll keep an eye on Facebook. Let's keep an eye on Facebook. I'll just narrate what's going on with Merck. Merck looks like it wants to keep going here. All right, there goes Merck. Merck's starting to tick higher. We're at R2, just below R2 now. Merck is working. VIX is dropping off, so we got the best situation working right now. We got the best situation. For Merck, we have the index higher. We've got the sector higher. We got the individual stocks higher, the industry group, and looking really good for Merck here. Looks like it's going to press higher. It's moving away from VWAP. Moving away from VWAP. Merck. Nice follow through. Pushing higher. Look how it's pushing away from VWAP. This is a signature that you should commit to memory. I can't stress it enough. Whenever you see this pattern, you know it's in play. Look at the volume, watching the volume. See how it picked up at 11 o'clock yesterday? We want to see that exceeded by this time. Right now, we want this volume to really pick up. Okay, if you took a long from earlier this morning, maybe you take some off. VIX is still trending lower. Futures hit the high of the day and are starting to reverse a little bit. Not a load of volume yet on Merck. Yeah, you got Snap earnings tomorrow. There goes Merck at R2. Merck at R2.
NTLA, Intellia Therapeutics, on October 19th, FDA granted orphan drug designation for NTLA. That's November Tango Lima Alpha.
Merck. All right, SPY looks like it wants to go again. VIX dropping off hard. All right, so you guys should have, and ladies should have a really nice setup today. Tesla looking for a follow through. You got more sectors. You're about 80% green now. 80% green. 85, 90% green. All right, we got more sectors kicking in. So more is getting bought. So we'd expect to see the growth versus value flattening out or moving higher at this point. Now it's still moving lower. You got a doji on growth stocks, but cyclical is getting bought heavily today. So Merck in that group. All right, Facebook, looking for the follow through on Facebook. Looking for it to do a push up off of VWAP here, Facebook. Looking for it to do a push up off of 21 day, 9 and 21 day about to cross. Those are turning quickly enough that we should see a cross through the 50 day, probably in the next couple of weeks. MACD's cross, stochastics rising. HUT's up $1.15. Looks like it's about to blow off right here, about to blow up. HUT, HUT, at the highs. You got the 5-minute looks pretty bullish on HUT. BITO, the new IPO, BITO, pushing away. I bought this at 40.70 yesterday at these lows after we reversed 40.70. All right, that's continuing to move higher. NYMO's at plus 51.
COF, Capital One Financial, also mentioned as a pick by trader Mark Minervini. That's Charlie Oscar.
Yeah, breadth is very strong. I see other people mentioning it on Twitter. All right, so more stocks should work. More stocks should work as NYMO pushes higher. It's echoing more stocks are participating in the current rally. Merck at the high of the day. All right, looks like SPY is going to take a rest here. SPY is probably going to take a rest here. All right, so Sonos this morning, heard some news on Sonos out of Benzinga. Sonos, nice setup. Sonos has an R-vol of 3.7.
GS acquisition expected to close business combination with Mirion Technologies today. Expected to increase
Merck still going.
$4 million from previously estimated $554 million for total proceeds.
Merck.
$2.3 billion. That's Sandy Alpha.
Look at that beautiful setup there, right? All right, we should get a crossover in stochastic. Obviously a lagging indicator. It's based on 14 periods. I could set this to 5, probably gives me a better signal. Slow, let's go to 5. All right, so see that it's already turned up on the 5. 5 periods, that's closer to current price action. Following through, you got an ATR of $1.70. It's up $1 now, so you can see another 70 cents. It's pushing through R2 right now, Merck. You got the indices bullish, taking a little breather at the highs, but still very bullish. Merck still going. All right, moving my stops up and tight on Merck. HUT starting to flag. All right, SPY at the high of the day starting to flag. Merck still pushing higher. All right, sector-wise, let's take a look at the NASDAQ 100. That gives us a good idea of what to anticipate. We've got about 25 stocks on the NASDAQ 100 that are red and about 75 that are green. Peloton's one of the top picks on the NASDAQ 100. That's pulling back. Micron looking very strong. Micron had earnings, right? All right, so Micron announced over $150 billion in global manufacturing investments to address the 2030 era memory demand, whatever the hell that means. I assume that means it's bullish. Coming off the lows, I like Micron. Give yourself some time, but I like maybe December calls. Wow, they're really cheap. What's the deal with Micron? Has it got earnings? What's the deal with Micron? Hasn't broken trend yet. Micron. What's the deal with Micron, folks? Does it have, did it have earnings? Where the hell's my, where's my MarketSmith? Micron looks really good here. I'm not much on mean reversion, but it does look good. The chip stocks look good. AMD, the 120 call's been pretty active on AMD. All right, so the last time around, Micron reported earnings that beat by 124%. That was August. So the next report is not until December.
From CNTX Context Therapeutics, 5 million shares priced at $5. Charlie November Tango X-Ray CNTX. CYN Syngin, 3.5 million shares priced at $7.50 per share. That's Charlie Yankee November. SDIG Stronghold Digital, 6.7 million shares.
Micron looks good.
Per share. That's Sandy Delta India Golf SDIG. IPOs coming up today in addition to several specs.
All right, Micron has a growth rate of 28%.
Article being circulated now. DuPont factories pump dangerous substances into the environment. How chemical companies avoid paying for pollution. That from the New York Times. Being circulated now. Delta. Shares pulling back from the highs now, 72.76.
All right, that looks good. All right, watch Micron. Looks pretty good. Micron at the highs of the day, looking for a follow through. Wait for a little dip. If you're thinking about options trades, wait for a little dip. So that's number 3 on the NASDAQ 100. Oh boy. Mean reversion. Or Micron, Facebook. What's Facebook doing? Facebook. At VWAP. Could be a flat VWAP day for Facebook. All right, so we're flagging at the highs. Facebook looks like it's going to come back a little bit. Merck at the highs.
NXTP, Next Play Technology, dropping to the lows $2.12. Negative report from White Diamond Research. That's November X-ray Tango Papa.
All right, ATER looks like it could get going here. Let's look at ATER. There was some news on this one yesterday, I believe. ATER news yesterday. Novavax, nice bounce there, Mondo. I don't know how they would have falling DRAM prices. All right. ATER. All right, watching SPY here. Looks like SPY might dip, take some profits. SPY takes some profits. I would take some profits off the table. SPY coming back. Take some profits off the table. SPY. All right, Merck is still going. Merck's still going. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Facebook pulling back a bit. FedEx trying to continue higher. Bitcoin at the highs. Looking like a higher low setting up above VWAP. VWAP is still very bullish. Watching for volume. Oscillators are turning. Netflix looking for a higher low. Also looking for Netflix to hang out in this zone for a week or two. Doesn't mean it will, but that's what I'm looking for. Netflix. All right, despite the earnings, Netflix didn't drop as much as I thought it would. It looked like it was going to drop below the 21 day. I like this area. I mean, if the buyers step up here and tomorrow's a bullish day, look for it to take out 646, 647. Netflix looks really good.
SDIG, Stronghold Digital Mining shares opening at $27, priced at $19. That's Sandy Delta India Charlie, SDIC.
Our Micron looking for a follow through. We got sectors.
That's SDIG, Sandy Delta India Golf.
We got about 20. We got about 30 stocks that are bearish at the moment or red on the day. NASDAQ 100, about 70% are green. Top performers are Peloton, Micron, eBay, Charter Communications, PDD for a second day, Ross Stores, ROST, T-Mobile, CDNS, Cadence Design, that's the chip group. Cadence Design, that's occasionally on the IBD 50, CDNS. That's above the 50-day. Similar pattern we're seeing on a lot of these stocks. Look at the weekly time frame. This reversal, 3-candle reversal last week, closed right at the 10 EMA. We're following through today. Look at Microsoft and the other stocks. They're not going to go up every single day, but looks really good. Microsoft, weekly, the daily, we're at the highs. VIX pushing a bit higher, so SPY is pulling back.
That's Echo Sandy Alpha Charlie Uniform.
All right, so Sonos. What's Sonos doing? S-O-N-O. That looks good. Sonos. All right, so got rejected at the 21-day. Sellers up there getting a little squeamish. They had a nice bounce from the morning run up, so they probably took profits. Makes sense. If it follows through and pushes above the 21-day, see VWAP, how flat it is? So expect price action to chop around here near the 21-day. And VWAP, all right, it's right at the 21-day. Nike, have you pushed through yet? Nike, nope, not yet. Nike, I like to buy it on the dip here. Like to see a couple of bullish days. So you have Thursday, Friday. If it turns out to be bullish today, maybe tomorrow we'll get a bullish day. Looking for Nike to push through. Walmart, Target, Costco. All those looking good. You don't need to chase Costco up here. Wait for a little dip. If you like it long, it's getting a little dip right now. So wait for a little dip. The indices are also pulling back a bit. Merck is still going. Merck is still going. ATER, higher highs, higher lows. Facebook, flat just under VWAP. FedEx, looking for a bounce off of VWAP here. FedEx, FDX. Okay. Volume. Look at the relative volume on FedEx. Relative volume on FedEx is pretty obvious here. Look at 10 o'clock. Look at 10 o'clock over here. All right, look at the daily. Looking for a follow through. FedEx. It's above the 21-day now. Can we get an expansion day like UPS? UPS. All right, UPS is still flagging, but it popped above the 921-day and 50-day. Now the 9 is crossing up through the 50-day, probably today. All right, you got volume that shows you institutions. You got FedEx. Volume is starting to come in. Bargain hunters, maybe. All right, SPY. If VIX drops off here, this could be a good entry for a scalp on SPY.
And AQST, Aquestive Therapeutics, mentioned by Tip Ranks. Alpha Quebec, Sandy Tango. And Charlie Yankee, Bravo, November.
Merck still pushing higher.
Too strong buy, penny stocks that could spike over 200%. CYBN, Cybin, spiking to the highs, $2.23. 225 now, continuing on heavy.
All right, VIX is starting to back off. VIX backs off. This would be a buy point on SPY. Merck is still going. Look at Merck. Merck looks beautiful. What a nice chart on Merck. What a beauty. Follow through. Stock is up 1.4%.
Therapeutics, Alpha Quebec, Sandy Tango, also spiking to the highs here now, $4.45. AQST, both those stocks mentioned on Tip Ranks.
CAN. Haven't we traded this one before? CN, Canon, CAN. CAN on the move. 3.4 times on CAN. Sonos, does it bounce? Do buyers come in here? No, not yet. Canon, Canon, what do they do? CAN, Canon. Makes DRAM. No, that's Micron. Come on, Micron. Update already. Chinese designer Bitcoin mining machines. All right. CAN. All right, so that one's already overbought. It's $1.17. It's got an ATR of 60 cents, 65 cents. It's already double. Look at the volume here. Look at the volume. Merck's still going. Merck is starting to go now. Merck is starting to giddy up. Wish, W-I-S-H. I see Jack Dam talking about this one. Wish, W-I-S-H. All right, starting to go. All right, let's see the 5 minutes. Probably overbought already. It's a lot of volume there. Wish. All right, so a little dip here maybe gets bought. It's up 71 cents. It's got an ATR of 40, so that looks like an expansion day. All right, so it's still in the markdown phase. Once it gets above the 50-day, you'll look for the moving averages to flip over. SPY is bouncing, VIX is backing off. Buyers are stepping up again on many stocks, looking like Facebook is finding some buyers here. On a little higher low on Facebook, Micron flagging at the highs. Early ABCD pattern maybe. FedEx looking for a follow through. BITO continues to push. Tesla up 56 cents. Nvidia off $1.50 at the low here. Don't chase Wish here. Don't chase it. Wish. 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 Online retail services enabling merchandise and content to be sold via wish.com. San Francisco headquarters. Earnings due in 21 days. Wish, W-I-S-H. I don't know. I see a lot of meme stocks bouncing, following through. AMC pulling back a little bit. What's GME doing? GME. That pull back as well. I don't know. Quality looks pretty good. Quality looks pretty good. This is Merck, just off the highs of the session.
SBGI, Sinclair Broadcast Group, Reuters, Bloomberg headline, Sinclair Broadcast hack linked to notorious Russian cyber gang. That's Zulu, Bravo Golf, India, SBGI.
Tesla's off 30 cents. All right, so it looks like we're taking a break right now.
CYN,
Look for dips to get bought.
shares opening at $8.01.
Tick cumulative on the 30-minute is green. We're 2 to 1, 2.4 to 1 up volume on the NYSE, 1.6 to 1 on the NASDAQ. We've got a bullish signal on the 30-minute. Let's look at the 60-minute. 60-minute is bullish as well. We got higher lows. Now we're looking for a higher high. Okay. Looking for a higher high. Looking looking for the NASDAQ to bounce here. NASDAQ futures. Micron hanging at the highs. All right, SPY still sitting here. SPY. All right, we're right near resistance. 452.50, 452.60. So no doubt a lot of people are looking at this as resistance. Volume of the past 5 trading days looks good. MACD above a signal line, stochastics overbought. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a little flag here. SPY. Looks like the run up for the morning is starting to stall over the last 30 minutes. At VWAP, SPY. All right, SPY. All right, so if we get going here, that would be very interesting. If we don't stall for the rest of the day and flatten out VWAP, this upward sloping VWAP, if buyers come in, watch the volume here. Need MACD to cross back up. Netflix is off 8. Microsoft pulling back. All right, let's see what Microsoft looks like. Microsoft.
Price target raised to $33 at Goldman Sachs. Says
$4.90.
in ER plus breast cancer. That's Romeo Delta Uniform Sandy RDUS.
Microsoft. Maybe it pulls back to breakout, pull back the breakout zone. All right, it's oversold now. Looking for the bounce on Microsoft. Looking for a bounce. I assume everyone is assuming that this is going to be a double top right here and that the bears will show up. So is it too obvious? The high of the day, 45.40. All right, SPY's still hanging out here. Looking for a bounce. Microsoft, looking for a bounce. It's oversold, close to oversold. Looking for a bounce now. Microsoft. All right, starting to see a bounce now. Microsoft. Microsoft looking for the dip to get bought. NIMO is still pushing higher. It's almost 50 now. That's pretty comforting. Merck still going. Merck at the high of the day. All right, Microsoft looking at that bounce. Microsoft. All right, so the best we could expect is that we get back to 307.60 for Microsoft. Then maybe a test of VWAP. Merck is still going. Merck is very strong. Merck very strong. Continues to pull away from VWAP until it starts to show an A pivot. We're looking for that A pivot. And still until it shows that A pivot, which usually shows up before noon, right around noon or earlier sometimes. Okay, so we're watching that. Merck still pushing higher. All right, VIX is at the high of the day here. VIX is at the high of the day. If this is the high of the day, look for VIX to, look for VIX to back off. If it does, it might be a nice long. If VIX rolls over here. Harder to get a signal out of VIX when it's down in the 15s. They're not as reliable as when it's up at 24 and dropping precipitously. All right, looking like buyers are coming in on SPY right here. Looks like buyers here. Too early to tell. SPY, higher low. We're above a bullish VWAP, so all right, we're still above 50. RSI is still above 50. Looking for a follow through. All right, watching SPY. All right, I have to take a couple minute break. I will be right back.
BBIG seeking alpha report out says everything is moving ahead as planned. BBIG on its way to $40. That Seeking Alpha post from Biotech Labs blog on Seeking Alpha. That's Bravo Bravo India Golf BBIG.
All right, so it looks like people who assume that this is a double top might be surprised if we do take the highs out. If you look at all those options that Lee Star had been pointing out, they look to be pretty bullish in November and December. January, I believe, right? November and January, Lee Star? All those calls. All right, so Merck is up near the highs of the day. Merck, maybe take a little profits off in the strength. We could see another 50 cents or so. I'm thinking that maybe we have the A pivot so far. VIX is backing off now. VIX backing off. Starting to flag. HUT. Looking good. All right, stocks are just starting to consolidate the morning gains a little early. ATER looks like it might want to break out here. Watch SPY. SPY looking for the follow through. ATER, Alpha Tango Echo Romeo. ATER looks like it wants to go. All right, so Merck flagging. Looking for BNC pivots now for the rest of the day. Looking for BNC pivots after this time period. SPY trying to push. ATER on a buy. All these are on a buy signal. ATER. Merck. Merck is still pushing. All right, it's flagging out there. Looking for a follow through again tomorrow on Merck. FedEx looking for that to break higher. Once it starts to, it looks like people are just, traders are just watching FedEx, the transports. If this starts to get moving here, you'll see a lot of money flood into this one most likely. So you got probably your best entry last week into this week. If this starts to move and the volume continues to pick up, we could get a move like, that's what I'm anticipating, a move like UPS where we popped above the moving averages. All right, SPY's starting to move some more. SPY's starting to move.
That from Bloomberg, that's November Victor Echo India.
SPY looking like it wants to go here. Not yet. Got to see more volume. VIX is dropping off.
That's PYPL and PINS, Papa Yankee Papa Lima, Papa India November Sandy, that from Bloomberg. Again, Pinterest share is now halted on a circuit breaker, 59.47. Again, Bloomberg reporting that PayPal said to explore purchase of Pinterest. That's Papa Yankee, Papa Lima, PYPL, and Papa India, November Sandy, PINS. I report that PayPal and Pinterest have discussed a purchase price of about $70 per share. Shares of Twitter also spiking here now, 67.40 the high on TWTR, Tango Whiskey, Tango Romeo, TWTR. Shares of Pinterest were halted at the highs.
Okay, I'm selling some of these calls into strength on Merck. I'm going to sell some of these into strength. Had a nice little run there. Okay, we're at the highs. I'm going to sell some right here. I got 10. I'm going to sell two or three for a nice profit.
SNAP, Snap moving higher as well, along with Twitter and Pinterest on that news of a possible deal with PayPal. PayPal shares are now dropping to the lows. Papa Yankee, Papa Lima. PayPal shares down.
Facebook looking for a push back above VWAP. All right, so no follow through on SPY yet. So far we've got lower highs, and VIX is printing a higher low at this point on the 1 minute chart. Micron pulling back a bit more. ATER trying to push a bit higher. All right, let's see. Who is winning the relative volume today? That would be Wish and CAN and RAD, Rite Aid. Rite Aid coming off the lows. Now it's starting to give you a better entry if you missed the opening range for a scalp. Watching the volume here, MACD's cross, so this could drop a bit more, Rite Aid. All right, I'm not quick to chase anything, especially when it's still below the 50-day. CVS looks a little better. It's above all the moving averages. CVS probably scoots higher. All right, CVS probably goes.
PINS Pinterest shares resume trading now. $65 at the high.
Wow, look at Pinterest. What's going on?
Shares up about 17% now.
Pinterest, don't chase it.
Bloomberg report that PayPal is in takeover talks with the company. That's Papa India, November, Sandy, PINS.
Man, the options are all over the place with Pinterest. Pinterest. All right, so it looks like Pinterest's in talks, PayPal's in talks with buying out Pinterest. All right, VIX is still hanging in there. So SPY, right now, SPY is not giving you a bullish or a bearish signal. It's just flat VWAP, okay? Flat VWAP. We had a bullish VWAP to start the day, kind of like yesterday. This time we're flattening out. We're at resistance. VIX is starting to push higher now from a low area. So VIX has more potential to pop higher for whatever reason. Pinterest looking for a follow through. Micron looking for a pop higher tomorrow. Holding up fairly well. Micron's not giving back much. It's sitting up above VWAP. VWAP is bullish on Micron. Won't be the first time that analysts get it wrong. If you watched that video I watched last night with Elon on a GigaPress, just Google GigaPress on YouTube. There's a couple of videos out there, but the one I think it's called the secret weapon or something like that. Let me see what. Let me see what it was here. I think it was really good, especially if you're thinking about chips. I mean, there's just some ridiculous amount of chips in a Ford GT, Mustang GT, which I found very interesting. I'm talking thousands of chips. I mean, I didn't realize that was the case.
PINS Pinterest halted now on the way down at $60.80. Shares off the highs of $66. PayPal discussed a $70 share price with Pinterest, according to the Bloomberg report. That's Papa India November Sandy, PINS.
It's called Tesla's secret weapon worth trillions in parentheses. Tesla's secret weapon worth trillions will change everything. The site is called Info Wealth, one word. Tesla's secret weapons. Pretty good. It's like a 10-minute video, but I found it very interesting as far as the other car manufacturers and how they canceled orders back in when COVID hit. Elon had the foresight to not cancel his orders, so they have a lot of chips that can be, and they do all their programming at Tesla, so their programming can be done on the fly. They can take a chip that was for some other purpose and reprogram it. A lot of these logic chips. I don't know the exact terminology, so if you're an IT professional, don't get all bent out of shape. I do that with people with, well, anyway. Um, so it's a good article or a good video to watch on YouTube. Tesla's secret weapon worth trillions will change everything. InfoWealth was the video publisher. Especially if you're trading Tesla, I could see where they got the $1,000 price target. We're not that far off of that level. But chips in general, you know, and how Taiwan Semiconductor is dealing with a water shortage, which I did not realize. Supposedly, Taiwan's not had the rainfall that it normally has. Taiwan Semiconductor semiconductors use some ridiculous amount of water in their processes, and it takes water from this reservoir. Usually, you have typhoons and all that other stuff in that region. You get lots of water. It's an issue, but Taiwan Semiconductor beat the numbers a week ago. That gapped up, following through. So for people who think that they should be selling down here at the lows, look at Texas Instruments ripping higher. AVGO, all the chip stocks are getting a buy. So you think Micron would get a buy too, right? Micron, okay, off the lows. I understand the idea that analysts are saying DRAM prices are dropping or whatever, but I would think that demand alone, with all these car manufacturers and everything's got chips in it, that the demand would be off the charts. And buying at the lows, if it does move back above the 9 and 21 day, will be a smart move over the next few weeks, next few months. We'll see. Keeping an eye on Micron. That one's not following as well as some of the others. Intel still in a flat range, but starting to break out, get above the 200 day. It should keep going. Broadcom, AVGO on the move. So all these chip stocks are moving. You could just trade semis, SMH or SOXL. The move this week is already done, I think. LRCX, Lam Research. Also keep an eye on the aerospace and defense stocks. Lockheed Martin, a little doji there. Northrop Grumman,
Beatrice correction that
RTX, all of these still going from over a week ago where we were looking for the little dip. We got the dip. L3 Harris, LHX, all of those gave us that little dip. So right now I wouldn't be buying at these highs. I'd be waiting for the next dip. They're in a bullish trajectory. Microsoft, looking like dip buyers coming in. Every day is not going to be an up day. So we want to buy these little dips. You don't want to buy the highs. Look for these little dips. We were looking for the breakout to start the week. We got it through 305 on Monday. That was a nice follow through into yesterday. ATER is continuing higher. Okay, ATER moving. Snap. Snap. I can't get this one right. This one just does not behave properly. You know, since July, I mean, several times it's tried to break out and it didn't do anything. All right, SPY is flat along VWAP. ATER going for the high of the day. ATER. All right, looks like it's going to lift off of this zone. So if it gets going, ATER should still keep going. Looking for a follow through. Pinterest is showing 6 times normal volume on that news. ATER is showing 1.1 RVOL. Look for stocks with RVOL above 2. ATER headed for $10. Looks like an expansion day could be building. We've got $1.50 ATR. All right, so if you're a new member and you're listening, look at the change so far. You got 68 cents. You got a bullish trade, 9 and 21 day, price above all three, 9, 21, 50 day. You got a potential crossover the 9 and 21 day. You got a MACD about to cross, volumes picking up, stochastics is rising, telling you to look. Now we're starting to look for closes in the upper half of the daily range as this rises. All right, so that's check mark. RSI is above 50. Okay, look at your ATR. It's $1.50. Now this could turn up, but right now it's $1.50. So if we're up if we're up 68 cents, we could see another 90 cents, 80 cents. It's up 7.53%. Looking like the volume's coming in. Looks like there's some interest in it. So use ATR to gauge if you're buying it to extend it or if there's still potential for more room. It's pulling away from VWAP. We're watching the volume here on ATER. This could be a $9 stock, a $90 stock, or a $190 stock. All shows you the same thing. If it's above VWAP, pulling away from VWAP, and volume is above average, look for that volume to continue. It's most likely in play. Now, probably not big institutions buying it, but maybe some momentum players are trading this because it looks good. Looks good. All right, watching ATER, it looking pretty good. Pretty good on ATER. SPY is holding this level. SPY is probably going to go. SPY is probably going to go.
Shares of Pinterest ticking higher again, 62.71. Papa Indy, November Sandy, PINS.
Micron, HUT, FedEx. FedEx looks like it wants to break out. FedEx is at the highs. Look at the Bollinger Bands on FedEx. See how tight they are? All right, this is effectively a TTM squeeze right now. If you don't have Thinkorswim, you can use the same signal by enabling Bollinger Bands, the green lines, and the dark area. That's the Keltner channels. Okay, so let me make that about 3 so you can see it a little better. So when it moves outside the gray area, when these green bands start to open up top and bottom, that tells you to look for a fast move. FedEx is looking for a fast move. Okay, start to move here. That would be good. ATER. You can see right here. See when the moving average, see when the Bollinger Bands move outside of the Keltner channel? That's a TTM trigger. Top and bottom bands are opening away from each other. The upper bands are moving away. ATER going. CAN, this one's got a lot of volume today. CAN, Bitcoin mining machines. Okay, that one's on the move. Look at that volume. Wow. CAN's up a lot today, so you'd be chasing it up here. It's got an ATR of 60 cents. It's up $1.60 and still going. So if you're buying it up here, you know that you're buying at a premium. So it's up 21%. You're still chasing it. So it's probably going to run into resistance around 10. High relative volume. The stock is in play. So the best you could hope for on this one is look for an A pivot and it starts to pull back during lunch. The main move is done for the day, it looks like. SPY is starting to push. Facebook's back above VWAP. Yeah, I took TikTok off her phone. I mean, some of the stuff I was seeing on TikTok, I said, there's no freaking way you're 15. But, Dad, she's really good. She's really good. Tesla. Tesla.
AAPL, Apple, Bloomberg reporting Yahoo News app removed.
Watch Tesla here. Tesla might get going. Watch Tesla.
That's Alpha Alpha Papa Lima AAPL.
Looking good on Tesla. All right, SPY looking much better. SPY much better. Okay, we're back to R2. All right, maybe we'll get a follow through now. So you can feel the difference, all right? Yesterday and the day before, we had some really good follow through. Today, a little hesitation up there at the highs, right? So you would anticipate that. All right, so everybody's looking at this going, oh, this is double top, SPY's going to get crushed, whatever on StockTwits. What happens if they don't stop? All these people that are calling this a double top are all of a sudden going to have to start covering. They have stops overhead.
Bank of America sets Q4 2021 stock dividend, renews $25 billion.
This is a bullish pattern. Above VWAP. MACD's starting to turn. Now, if volume starts to pick up here, that'll tell you institutions are buying. And that dealers have to cover or buy futures.
Bank of America announced that the board of directors declared a regular quarterly cash dividend.
Watching SPY here. All right, a lot of stocks should go with, if it does.
Plans to repurchase up to $25 billion in common stock over time.
All right, so futures are looking better too. Tick cumulative is green.
$47.24 at the high. That's Bravo Alpha Charlie BAC. SNY, Sanofi. Sanofi in a presentation says study results demonstrate that its flu vaccine.
All right, here goes SPY starting to move here.
Can be administered safely. Supporting existing co-administration recommendations that Cindy November Yankee and Michael Romeo November Alpha, SNY and mRNA. The Bank of America dividend, there was no change in that. That's Bravo Alpha Charlie BAC.
All right, SPY looking good. All right, let's go check out the S&P. S&P. Okay, we're above the call wall resistance, obviously. ABCD pattern looking good. All right, SPY. Looking for the follow through now. Looking for a SPY to follow through. MACD's turning. All right, we need to see blocks. We only have 5 blocks today. Very interesting. This week has been pretty slow on the block side. All right, we got a squeeze. SPY has got a squeeze going right here. 5-minute squeeze. All right, it breaks out. Look for RSI and MACD to give you directional information. Looking for SPY to continue. Oops. Looking for SPY to continue out of this TTM squeeze. Okay. There's going to be shorts up here. Stops up, short stops up here. Not to be confused with baseball. There's some stops overhead. All right, VIX dropping off here. VIX drops off. That'd be a good long signal. RDUS, RDUS, RDUS. Radius Health. All right, SPY looking for the follow through. Facebook up $1.82. Looking for it to run now. Looking for it to run now. We got a little bit of time left before lunch. VIX about to roll over here. Watch VIX. If VIX drops off, the signals are getting a lot weaker now that VIX is at the lows. All right, so just keep that in mind. Still, if VIX drops off, that would be a good signal. Looking for a higher low. We got it. Looking for a higher high. Let's see if we can get 453. Micron looks like a B pivot now on Micron. ATER still going. ATER still going. ATER, look at that lower Bollinger Band. Whenever it opens up away from the upper band, they move away from each other. That's telling you fast move, obviously. But this started over here. See how it started early morning, opening up? See how the lower band was opening up? That's telling you look for a fast move. As it continues to move higher, the lower bands start to open up even more. SPY's doing the same. SPY looking for a follow through right now. All right, so if this lower band opens up like it is, look at the lower band. You can see how it's starting to open up. Let me turn on the zoom here. You can see the lower band. Watch the lower band there. If it starts to turn down, watch that lower band. Okay, price is moving higher. All right, so we're threatening the highs here. Shorts will start to cover. We've got shorts overhead above 452.75 and higher. All right, easing back up to the highs. All right, ATER still going. ATER is about to take out the highs. About to take out 10 here. ATER. ATER is going.
Amazon has reverse engineered e-commerce and social in a way without eBay. PayPal has been looking to integrate with commerce for a very long time, and I feel this Pinterest as an asset. I feel I say this in a tongue-in-cheek manner, but Pinterest is almost like a love child of the three internet mega caps: Amazon, Facebook, and Google. So very unique asset. I mean, you can look at sort of a longer term chart of Pinterest, or you can see why this could make sense for the company if it's not monetizing user.
All right, waiting for halftime report. ATER got some decent amount of volume. The 10 and the 1250s looks like a spread, about the same amount. 2,800 contracts on the ATER 10 call for November. It looks like it's going to continue. ATER. Let's look at the 60 minute. 60 minute. Look at that big squeeze. See how these lower bands open up? Now, before this started to take off substantially, these were moving away from each other. All right, so on that first bullish day, they were still moving away from each other. Second day, third day, fourth day. And now following through, they're still opening up. Bollinger Bands look like it's going to follow through. Let's see what the 4-hour looks like. 4-hour chart. Just starting to open. You see that? So it looks like we're going to turn pretty quickly here on ATER. SPY still pushing higher. ATER. All right, looks good. Looks good. Up at 10 now. It's had a nice move today.
Jim Cramer tweeting furiously chasing down PayPal Pinterest could be great buying opportunity to buy PayPal, which we own for the charitable trust. That's Papa Yankee Papa Lima PYPL. Tweet from Jim Cramer. AMZN, Amazon launching new innovations for brands, announcing over 100,000 brands have joined its U.S. store in 2021.
To be clear, you're not chasing ATR up here and buying up here. You're waiting for a little dips now. Waiting for little dips.
WKEY, WiseKey to introduce the code to the metaverse, programming our future at forthcoming Vatican Collegio Teutonico meeting. That's Whiskey Kilo Echo Yankee.
Facebook above VWAP. Need to see it push now. Facebook.
WAT, Waters and University.
All right, what are Mara and the other chip stocks doing?
Plan 2022 opening of
See you again. It's been a while. Welcome.
Delaware lab. That's
Good to see you, Scott. And congratulations on your 10 years. Appreciate it very much. I have your most recent letter in front of me, David, that just dropped this morning, and it's clear that you are very much focused on inflation. You say, quote, inflation is here, and it appears poised to worsen. You don't think it's as transitory
Coinbase.
as the Fed says. Why do you think the Fed
Wow, look at Coinbase. You guys took this from last week? Wow,
I don't think
nice.
they have any choice. I think the Fed is committed to a position that just has to hope that inflation goes away because they don't really have the stomach to fight it. So they have to obfuscate the data. They have to kind of hope it goes away and kind of see what happens. But when you look at what's actually going on, there's both the monetary and the fiscal policies.
Tesla's up 350, trying to get above the morning high right there at 369, 370, somewhere 870. Sorry, 870.
They make things don't get a lot of investment in the market, and so they have very high cost of equity, and so they choose not to act.
Netflix starting to turn
That's why we have shortages.
right at VWAP. Looking for a follow through on Netflix.
To a lot of goods, companies that many people
Considering the earnings, the dip on the earnings, it's a pretty decent looking setup here. Looks like it's going to follow through.
Fed Chair Jay Powell, you say, quote, he hasn't lifted a finger to fight inflation. Instead, he has maintained a policy designed to create inflation. I don't know if you saw Paul Tudor Jones on the network this morning. He called Fed policy the most inappropriate monetary policy of his lifetime. Let's listen to what PTJ said this morning, David, and we can react on the other side. And I'd like your thoughts too.
You know, I don't care about opinions. I don't care about these opinions. I care about price. I think Powell's done a great job from the COVID into now. Yeah, price action. I mean, prices are obviously higher. The last time I filled up my tank a week ago, I don't drive as much as my wife does. gas was 40 cents cheaper than it was last night when I filled up to go to the airport. That's like, wow, 40 cents in a little over a week and a half. Pretty interesting. So a lot of these stocks in the energy sector still going. Apache, giving you little dips now for potential entries. Devon Energy at the 9 EMA. EOG at the 9 EMA. Buyers stepping up, a nice tight pattern there, 2-week pattern. Diamondback Energy, FANG, all those looking good. All right, let's look at what is running the show today. Apple up 80 cents. Apple continuation. Apple. All right, Apple looks like it wants to keep going, right? Grinding. Looks like an ABCD pattern on Apple. Looks like it wants to go. Apple pretty strong today. It's up 0.5%. AT&T in this mega downtrend. Needs to get above the moving averages. Same thing with Tilray. Tilray trying to break trend. It's done this before and people got stuck trying to get long. I like to wait for the moving averages to start to turn higher. Once the moving averages turn higher, you have a much better setup. Yeah, you're probably going to miss a few pennies here. You're probably going to miss a few up to the 50-day. I like to be more on the confirmation side. Once this crosses over, the moving averages cross over like over here in late 2020. Once they cross over and start moving higher, that's where I want to get long, not over here, because I'm 50-50 that's going to get rejected at the 50-day moving average. So this isn't a markdown. This is not a mark up. You want to see the moving averages rising up and to the right. So there's other things to trade. I mean, you could look at Ford, for example. Ford in a nice bullish trend. Every time it dips, what happens? It gets bought when it's in a bullish trend. 921 50-day rising. Much higher probability that this is going to work than Tilray. Why would I want to buy Tilray when there's so many other stocks? The object is to make money, lose as little as possible. If you were trading Tilray over the last few months, every time this pops, if you were in it for more than a swing, you got disappointed. It pops, it hits the 21-day. Disappointed, disappointed. Is this going to be a disappointment or will it finally turn? If you want to trade, if the cannabis group is going to work, trade IIPR. That's the company that buys and leases out to cannabis companies, climate control warehouses. They have a constant revenue stream. I don't think medical cannabis growth is going to go away in my lifetime. Matter of fact, it's probably just going to increase. So the company like this, much better, in my humble opinion. All right, looking for stocks to continue higher. Pinterest, just sitting here. Jack in the Box, JACK. All right, what's McDonald's doing? I'd rather trade McDonald's. It's pulled back. What about Shake Shack? Shake Shack, still in a downtrend. Bloomin' Brands, downtrend. Cake, cheesecake, downtrend. Darden Restaurants, DRI. Yeah, all of these are in downtrends. I'm not really interested in food stocks, retail, food stocks, restaurants. Not really interested right now. What's Starbucks doing? Starbucks looks the best. Starbucks, out of all of the growth, the restaurant stocks.
Green Brick Partners getting a pop here. Hearing mention from David Einhorn on CNBC. shares hitting 23.81. Up about 9% now.
All right, Starbucks looks good. Starbucks, out of all the restaurants and bars, Starbucks looks the best.
Is speaking. That's Golf Romeo Bravo Kilo, Greenberg Partners, 24.04 the high now, up about 11%. Golf Romeo Bravo Kilo.
Starbucks looks like a nice swing. What's winter earnings on Starbucks? Starbucks, SBUX, Starbucks. In 8 days, Starbucks reports earnings. Starbucks reports in 8 days. That looks good though, right? In a descending wedge, if it breaks above, say, 118, this should keep going. If earnings weren't an issue, we got a $2 ATR. It's up $1.60 right now. All right, so you maybe see another 40 cents, 50 cents. All right, so we got a higher low potentially printing on SPY right here. VIX is a lower high.
Greenberg Partners has he has his largest position in. That's Golf Romeo Bravo.
Starbucks looks good.
Now hitting 24.47, up about 12.5%. Golf Romeo Bravo Kilo GRBK.
Merck was a nice trade this morning. Merck. Still going. Merck. Still going. Still going strong.
BON, Bond Natural Life, halted on a circuit breaker.
Merck. Beautiful trade on Merck.
The high, $9.77. That's Bravo Oscar November. BON, currently halted on a circuit breaker.
Merck doing very well today. Nice job on Merck for those of you who traded it. Merck is still going. Merck still going. Nice job. Looking for a higher low on SPY. And a higher high now. So if we can manage to get above these highs that we put in this morning, there's going to be some shorts overhead that'll have to cover. That's Einhorn? He looks young. That's Einhorn?
Okay, so that tells me that you're still you're still negative the company. Do you still have a short position? I'm not discussing individual short positions these days. That's something we've stopped doing a while ago. Okay. What do you make of the fact, though, of that company's ability? Maybe some other names that at one point in time you
I think it's a big mistake to short Tesla, except for maybe intraday or, you know, short-term scalps.
And I'm sure you pride yourself as a fundamental analyst.
Tesla's so far away, so far ahead of Ford, GM, and the other manufacturers. It's just ridiculous.
And yet it defies gravity and continues to trade up despite the fact that you don't think it should. Has that changed your view on shorting stocks in general? We've had to change the way we go about shorting stocks in general, because what's happened over the last couple of years is what I'll call the right tail of the distribution has changed. In other words, what happens if you're wrong with something? Historically, when we were short things, if we made a really, really big mistake and like maybe the company was taken over, you could lose 25 or 30%. Or if they had a great quarter, maybe you would lose 15 or 20%. It was truly, you were truly, truly wrong. And then you'd have an opportunity to think about what you wanted to do next. And what's happened in the last couple of years is sometimes the stock can be up 200% in a day or 500% in a day. And that changes how you have to think about, well, what happens if you're wrong about something? And so we've had to adjust the characteristics of our short portfolio and the way that we've structured it to take that into account. You say, you know, in case you've been wrong about something, you could be right about something, but the AMC and the GameStop stuff that we witnessed over the last year, you could still be
FedEx at the highs of the day. FedEx doing quite well today.
companies at all, but using them as the broader example, you could be 100% right in your fundamental thesis about
Merck
names
still
like
going.
that, and yet you may not be wrong.
All right, Merck is approaching its ATR for the day.
Wall Street bets or any of those message
Still looking for an ABCD pattern.
gets behind names. Has that episode specifically impacted you at all in the way you think about
EON
and
resuming
talk
trade
about
after
your
a
shorts
circuit
publicly?
breaker halt from August in November,
Well, the way I would characterize it
hitting
is,
$9.77 now
we continue to believe that stocks have something to do with the
$8.74.
profits,
That's
the
from
earnings,
November
the cash
beyond.
flows, and the assets of the companies. But we're in a period right now where the market has taken the point of view that the stock is worth whatever the market says that it's worth. And that can be completely disconnected from any sense of asset. So in one sense, we can have something like Breakout Partners, which we talked about, which is growing, 28% on the top line and has a PE in the mid-single digits.
All right, this guy's boring me now. Boring. Apple pulling back from the high there. Micron flagging at the highs. FedEx still pushing. FedEx looking good. FedEx is up 1%. Merck is at the high of the day. FedEx looked good this morning. Continuation. Keeps making these new highs. All right, SPY's pulling back a little bit.
Sandy Alpha Lima.
Tesla flat just below 868. All right, the FANG stock's taking a breather today. Q's pulling back a bit. NASDAQ futures pulling back a bit. All right, Sonos, SONO, pulling back. All right, so this is the time of day where you might get your better entries. If you missed the morning run, looking for these little dips. Sonos, Wish, WISH. Wish is continuing to look very bullish. All right, Wish is continuing here. Interesting. All right, Wish is at the 50-day. Most likely this is going to pull back in a little bit. So if you're looking at Wish as a potential trade, I'd wait for the dip. I'd be waiting for the dip. Six times RVOL, almost 7. CAN, CAN. That one's following through. All right, so this is starting to fade now. So this time of day, we start to look for these little dips to buy. You got the morning run up. Now you're looking for B and C. You're looking for B and C pivots. You don't need to chase these stocks, and you certainly don't want to buy the high of the day. So we're looking for a little dip first. VIX is rolling over. VIX is rolling over. SPY. Looking for a higher low and for it to push away from VWAP now. As we hit the highs that we saw back in September, SPY, and we bounced off of that. We're just below that level now, 452.50-ish. All right. All right, Wish has got an ATR of 40 cents, is up double that, up almost 18%. I wouldn't chase it up here. It's probably going to pull back in a little bit. It's at the 50-day. Probably, and what it does are two different things. So we're looking for it to push through the 50-day eventually. Same thing with Tilray. I want the trend to change. I'm not against Tilray doing well. I just want to see the moving averages turning higher before I do anything. That's just my thing. Higher probability this stays in this downtrend until it breaks out of that, until it breaks out of this pattern. Tilray, not really interested. SPY.
Longest period, but down a couple of days, but 23-year period, as Larry Williams tells me, you can find this moment.
Let's see what some of these other stocks look like. Rite Aid.
Now, I've got to tell you, I listen to
All right, Rite Aid is probably a good entry. It got rejected at the 21-day. Now Rite Aid is a good entry. Rite Aid, buy the dip entry. It's got high relative volume.
Let's fire him. I look at it the other way. I think that Jay Powell's presided over tremendous wealth creation that's actually including everybody this time. So,
but has he also, in the same sense of doing that, has he inflated this tremendous inflationary environment that I'm thinking that, do you need, they know nothing?
well, I can't do that because what happened is that there are a lot of companies that scrapped their CapEx plans because they were in the middle of a pandemic. And it's hard to just kind of turn the switch, whether it be Sanjay Mehrotra, whether it be PPG, whether it be Dow Chemical. You just can't.
Rite Aid looks much better on this pullback than it did at the highs. It's got very high relative volume. 3.5 RVOL.
MBIS Microvision shares popping to the highs, $10.61. Michael Victor India Sandy. MBIS.
I might say, I do want to say before we get into the nitty gritty, there isn't a day I go that I don't watch your show. I watch every minute of your show. And a lot of times, what do I want to do? I came out last week and you said, Jim, there's no time. Because your show's so great. And I just congratulate you.
No, we so much appreciate your support. We love when you run out here, too. I'm going to make you do that a lot. So
I ran out of PayPal. The guy wanted to sell it at 50.
All right, SPY looking for a break above the highs of the day. Scorch the bears.
CONE. Cyrus One spiking here, getting an upgrade to an outperform.
I think Twitter would have worked out because Twitter's got
Says a buyout is
Twitter really
imminent.
helps
That's Charlie Austin, November
He
Echo,
wouldn't mind getting rid of all the
CONE.
assassins, right? I mean, the
Cone, C-O-N-E, with a buyout, potentially.
Shares of Cyrus One spiking over $80, $80.36 now.
I get the reference.
Up about 3.5% for the day at the highs. Again, Cowen says a buyout is imminent, upgrading to an outperform.
Same thing, but maybe not as dramatic of a pullback for the market if rates do rise.
I think it's all about moderation, right? And so then I was watching yesterday's show too, where you had Brad Gerstner on, and I feel like all three of them are taking a generally cautious stance, more or less.
Tesla, little dip. Didn't get a chance to follow through yet.
None of us are willing to get bearish. None of us are willing to, I think, take big short calls. But I think there's apprehension and hesitation out there, and that is because we don't really know
ATER, looking for a B pivot here. A B pivot on ATER. I'm looking for this B pivot
range. We don't know if it might get a little bit stronger than that.
on ATER.
A lot of
Looking for an B pivot. Looks good on the daily. A B pivot on the 5-minute.
The risk is to the upside at this point. I think we can clearly say that.
All right, that looks like a B pivot.
Inflation was going to be hotter than you think for longer than you expect. How would that impact the way you're investing in the market? How would you advise people to play that?
Well, I think this is what's so cool and tricky about the environment that we're in now, right? As a dividend investor, historically, way back, you would hear interest rates going up, and what do you want to back off of? You'd historically want to back off of my kind of stocks. Historically, when interest rates and inflation are up a lot, you'd want to back off of the bond equivalents, the ones that produce a lot of income. But that's changed, and so what's getting hurt now by higher inflation?
Tesla fading a bit more.
The really high tech stocks that have been supported by the ability to borrow at super low rates. So if you told me, Scott, that you were
Those
sure that
F-22s are buzzing my house again.
and interest rates might follow that, I would actually back off of the trade that's worked so well over the
All right.
past decade.
All right, I'm going to take a couple of minute break. I'll be right back.
Unbelievable easy money, and easy money ultimately messes up that risk-reward profile, and it causes people to take more risk and get more comfortable taking risk than they were in the past. I equate it to like on the rare event when I'm actually winning at Monopoly versus my son, and I have like all this extra money. I buy a cabin on every property. I buy a tent, a hotel, whatever, on every property. Okay, fine. We play the National Parks edition. So I buy the properties all over, and I'm very cavalier with my risk taking in Monopoly. And I think if you were to tell me, like, that's kind of what's been going on. But if we have high inflation and we have higher interest rates, the risk-return equation that we've been playing with for the past decade, that starts to change. And where you want to take risk is going to be in a lot of the stocks that David was just talking about when he was saying, and I wrote it down, I thought it was such a good way to say it, where he said, I want to believe that the value of a company is still related to the cash flows, to the value of the assets. And he said, I think that over the past decade, saying growth has really just been, I invest in growth has been really a way just to say like, I don't care about valuations anymore. I think valuations and cash flows and asset values really start to matter when it costs you to borrow money.
So Stephanie Link, what I noticed today that jumps out to me the most, and I'm sure it will to Jim as well, is you bought Facebook as a new position, which Jim, you saw there, clearly likes. But
yes.
Why that stock today?
Well, I'm leaning more cyclical, more reopen. So I always look for it to balance out my portfolio. We've talked about the barbell, and this is the other side of the barbell for sure. But this is a stock that's down 11% from its highs. It trades at 20 times forward estimates, which I think are conservative. They're going to post 60 to 65% total revenue growth for 3Q, and that actually is going to slow over time. Maybe it's 25, 30% is more sustainable, but that is still a very attractive valuation for the growth that you're getting. So the biggest question is the expense growth. We know that's going to be high. That's going to be the thing to watch when they report earnings. I'll buy more if the expense growth is higher than the 35% that's kind of speculated. But these guys have scale, they have growth, they have profitability, they have engagement, And I also think there's upside to their ad platform. So I think this is growth at a reasonable price, and that's kind of what I look for when I'm looking on the growth side of my portfolio.
Jim, I mean, it's so interesting that, and look, Brad Gerstner was with us yesterday,
Yes,
and I don't.
it's great interview.
So he made the case for Facebook. Again, what I find so interesting is that investors like Brad and investors like Steph and everybody else seemingly who's in this name and continue to believe in it, look past all of the warts and the noise, and they look at it as just that.
I don't believe this Frances Haugen is done. I think she probably has some more magic bullets, but I do think that you get this revelation, and then you get the Book of Revelations, which frankly I don't read. And I've got to tell you, I think that in the end, America's not reading. America wants whatever Facebook's now going to be called. I think metaverse is the most exciting thing in the world. I'm like hung up on the metaverse, on Unity. I'm hung up on what NVIDIA's doing. We're not even paying attention to what he's doing. You could even own this stock for the metaverse. It is going to be incredible.
And we've never really cared about all of the regulatory noise or any of the negativity around this thing. We do for 10 minutes.
Well, no, I mean, look, if someone, they actually would like a little regulation. I mean, we saw that from Snap, too. They want somebody to tell them what are the guardrails. I'm doing a lot of work on that, the committee that they put together that is kind of like a Supreme Court for Facebook. I think it's surprising. All of those people don't play for dinner. They're all people who are independent. Let's see what they say.
So, Joe, I want to hear from you quickly before I bring in Nelson Peltz. Look, you're the one who said on Monday that the bottom is in, and the market's done nothing, I'm sure, to dissuade you from that point of view.
No, and you're entering a seasonal period where positive momentum take hold, so the winners will continue to win, and you see that right now with Bitcoin and energy. I think that should be your expectation moving forward. The FANGs will continue to do well in financials, which is the largest sector allocation that I personally have. That should work as well. You're also at $884 billion in terms of stock buyback authorizations for S&P 500 companies. That is going to accelerate here in the coming weeks. So I think the next 60-day period is going to be a very strong one for the market. I'm not guided by whether we have inflation or not. I'm guided by my process. You know that my process has taken me to a significant overweight towards financials and technology. I just don't see them being the long duration asset that others do. They are more asset-like businesses. And now that we've got Vietnam, Malaysia, and Taiwan coming back online, I think we're going to have some good news with the semis.
New closing highs, as we said, at least right now, S&P and the Dow. We'll see how things shake out, but certainly the tone of the market appears to have changed dramatically over the last week or so. Let's get the view now of Nelson Peltz. He is the CEO of Trian Partners. Nelson, welcome back. It's nice to have you on the program again.
Hey, Scott, good to be with you. Congratulations for 10 years. Who would have thought, Scotty?
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have, but it's great to have. It's great to be here, and it's great to have you with us. You know, Jim Cramer and the gang are here as well. What a day! I mean, new closing highs, Nelson, on a day where you've got Paul Tudor Jones and David Einhorn on the network talking about inflation. How do you see things?
Look, I think we've got inflation clearly, but the inflation is a lot of people making more money. And I'm not just talking about guys like me and the guests on your show. I'm talking about the average Joe whose wages have gone up as a result of COVID, as a result of the scarcity. And I think that's a good thing. I think the fact that they have more money to spend, the big thing is to get them to go back to work. And the fact that they have more money to spend, they're going to buy a little bit more Wendy's. They're going to buy some snacks from Mondelez. They're going to buy their toothpaste from P&G. And on and on. They're going to spend some extra money invested in Invesco. So I think that's all good for the economy. I am not as much of a bear on interest rates as many may think, because there are very few people in the world, very few groups in the world that need higher interest rates. Home buyers don't need it. Governments don't need it. And the dollar doesn't need it. So I think that we're going to have some inflation. I think some of it is good. Some of it always is not good. But I don't see tragedy coming along.
Because, I mean, your companies are in the thick of it, right? Whether it's P&G yesterday talking about it, you've got wage pressures at at Wendy's, labor issues, right? Everybody is talking about it, especially in the area where you cut your teeth. I mean, consumer packaged goods is where you've made your living.
Everybody's complaining, but everybody's earnings are up. Everybody's sales are up. So keep complaining, keep sticking me, okay? It's things are getting better. You know, the market really missed P&G's earnings yesterday. P&G sales were up 5% over a quarter. That was fantastic. Okay, they missed consensus by 1%.
All right, Facebook on the move. SPY's about to take out the highs.
The COVID elite, you know, the Cloroxes and the Campbells, who did so well during COVID, and the minute it looked like COVID was over, their sales fell out of bed. Well, P&G was not part of that. P&G
All right, VIX is
sales
dropping off.
People continue to want to use their products. The same thing at Mondelez, the same thing over and over again. They kept going to Wendy's. Yeah, we can't get help.
Who is this guy?
And that
All right. Starbucks looking pretty good though, right? Starbucks. It's got earnings soon, but Starbucks looks pretty good. Starbucks. All right, it's giving you a better entry now. Starbucks looks good on the daily though. Starbucks. Pausing initially at the 50-day. Most likely the momentum is going to take it through the 50-day. It's got earnings. Starbucks earnings in 8 days. Rite Aid did the same thing. It ran into the 21-day. Now it's starting to push back above it. Volume is pretty noteworthy. MACD's crossed. Stochastic's rising. ATR is picking up. All right, so here's a good example. All right, so it was up over $1 earlier, right? What's the ATR? So the average for the day is typically about 70 cents. It's starting to expand. But if you were buying options early in the morning, or as the stock started to take off, you were already starting to see a stock that was trading above its ATR. So the probability of it pulling back, especially when it ran into a moving average, was pretty significant. So you look for the pullback, and that's what we're seeing. We got the pullback, looking for the bounce. Doesn't mean it's going to guarantee it's going to move higher. I'm watching it for a follow-through. If it gets above VWAP, could see a follow-through. Facebook, same thing. Facebook looking for a follow-through. All right, spiders looking for a follow-through. Looking for a stop up here. All right, VIX is still at the low of the morning. All right. Micron still squeezing. Micron. ATER squeezing at the highs. So this time of day, you're looking for BNC pivots. HUT pulling back. HUT pulling back. FedEx. FedEx at the highs of the day. FedEx is working today. Once everybody wakes up and realizes that FedEx is probably going to be a good buy, like see you later, goodbye. Trade at this point. You see this big volume by price band over here? This is starting to move. Let me get my FedEx chart up here. FedEx looking really good now. That's not what I wanted. Okay, for some reason I overwrote this. All right, so we got the FedEx. All right, so let's mark this chart up real quick. FedEx, because once it gets above this, it's going to be too late. Talked about selling this one yesterday. I did sell some of my position. Wanted to buy some UPS. But this looks good. All right, so we're in this area now. All right, we move above this pivot this should really start to get moving. Okay, so once we get above this level, this is going to be much, much better. People are going to notice it. Volume will most likely come in. I would think volume will come in. Yep, you're starting to see volume here. They're nibbling. They're nibbling. There goes MACD. RSI is about to cross through 50. So once that does that, all right, so once it gets into this area, it should scoot pretty quickly. FedEx looking much better. All right, at the high of the day, it looks like they keep nibbling on this one. FedEx. All right, I see them talking about Wendy's. Wendy's, does that look better? Wendy's, yeah, it's in a flat base. I'm not crazy about it. I like Starbucks better. Starbucks, at least it's got a nice trend. You can, I mean, nice pattern that you can make out here, a descending wedge or a descending channel. A break above 118, this one's going to keep going.
KULR technology working on something quite a bit special. KULR facility. Tweet now from the company. That's Kilo Uniform Lima Romeo. KULR tweet. Shares of KULR technology spiking $2.40 now at the high.
All right, SPY still trying to push a bit higher. SPY. Nelson Peltz. SPY. All right, so we got higher lows. We're pulling away from VWAP. That's significant. That's a significant development. VWAP is starting to tilt upward as price moves away. If it gets above this high, you're going to have some stops overhead. So that's the only way we're going to get above this level. Double top on the daily. Apple, flat VWAP, no follow through. Still like Apple. I like the FANG stocks. Weekly time frame. Measure move on SPY 440, 481.74. Nice job there, Lee Star. Fundstrat is raising their targets. Fundstrat's Tom Lee raising S&P 500 year-end target to 4,800 from 4,700. Year-end seasonals are strong. Bitcoin rallying to new all-time highs. Economic resilience remains strong. Apple just below VWAP now. All right, SPY just no momentum. You got 5 blocks total. That's it for the day. 5 blocks total.
TSLA Tesla. Reuters reporting Tesla urges Indian Prime Minister Modi's office to slash import taxes on EVs. According to Reuters sources, Tesla has requested a meeting between Modi and CEO Elon Musk. According to Reuters sources, that's Tango Sandy Lima Alpha TSLA.
All right, Micron still flat for the last couple of hours. Micron just below the highs of the day. Most stocks are pulling back a little bit. FedEx is at the highs.
NCACU, Newport Acquisition shares opening at $10.04, priced at $10. That's November Charlie Alpha Charlie uniform. NCACU.
All right, SPY just sitting here during lunch, not doing much. All right, what's Merck doing now? MRK, Merck. All right, Merck still going, hitting that 81 strike, 81.25. Merck, nice job on Merck today. If you're taking some profits here. Merck still going. All right. Merck's still going. Looking really good. Merck. All right, looks good, eh? All right, so Merck was a good example of waiting for the position to come your way. Um, it worked out very well. Starting to see some profit taking now. Merck, consider some profit taking. I'd take profits in Merck. All right, I'm taking some profits there. Plus 50% on Merck. All right, SPY looks like it wants to break out here. SPY looks like it wants to break out. VIX dropping off. ePay still moving. Merck.
HX shares halted on a circuit breaker. Shall be my shares hitting $11.88. That's Hotel X-Ray, Hotel X-Ray HX halted on a circuit breaker. $11.88 now at the intraday high. VIPS, VIP Shop, hearing it's a new pick at the Oxford Club, Victor India Papa Sandy, VIPS. Shares getting a pop here.
SPY looking for that bounce, looking for the pop through the highs. That'll take a lot of stocks with. That'll take a lot of stocks with it. If it does, we see the indices move higher here. Okay, we're still stuck underneath this level. VIX is trying to pop up now. Tesla starting to rise, higher highs, higher lows rather, higher lows above VWAP. Facebook, no follow through. Pinterest looking for a pop. Rite Aid.
BOWX, we work in BOX acquisition, announced closing a business combination to create publicly traded company. That's Bravo Oscar Whiskey X-Ray,
Pinterest.
BOWX.
Back above VWAP, Pinterest. PayPal talking about buying it. $70 a share, something like that. So on the dip, looking like this is going to follow through. All right, so you got this little dip. The same idea yesterday, different sector, but same idea yesterday with BITO. You had this little dip. We're looking to get long. We got long right here. in the 4080 zone, 4070 zone, looking for a follow through in this Bitcoin ETF. I don't usually trade IPOs. This is something I'm just holding on to track this particular ETF for now. So Pinterest doing very similar. I pull back below VWAP. We know there's a catalyst. Relative volume is pretty high. SPY still just sitting here doing nothing. UPS, you get the 1020 today. You got UPS with an alpha signal, UPS.
Elon Musk
UPS with calls trading on UPS.
Another tweet says the day FSD goes to wide release will be one of the biggest asset value increases in history. That's TSLA, Tango Cindy Lima Alpha, TSLA from Elon Musk.
All right, UPS, we've got the 197.50s, the 195s. That was at 10 o'clock this morning on UPS. I guess they're looking for UPS to continue. I like the idea too, UPS. Looks like it's going to follow through the 195s for Friday. These are all Friday trades. You got an alpha signal on UPS. All right, let's see what FedEx is doing. FedEx is at the high of the day. Let's see what UPS looks like. UPS looking for a follow through, kind of like quiet today. UPS. I'd rather see this moving. I'd rather see UPS moving if I were going to take an options trade. Rather see it moving instead of a flat VWAP. So the most it's probably going to stay inside of this pattern. Pinterest looking for that to push higher towards 70. ATER sitting on VWAP. SPY is flat. It's almost 1 o'clock. Almost 1 o'clock. All right, so SPY just sitting here flat. There's no blocks. We've got 5 blocks today. That's it. Beagle or anyone else that has the block indicator on Schwab. Do you have only 5 blocks? That's all I'm seeing. I have it set to above 25,000 shares. So I only have 5 blocks. One at 251,000. We just got another one at 251,000 just now. Just now 251 at 450.59. That's below price. So we're looking for a price to push higher on SPY. We just got another block as I was looking at the indicator. Pinterest looking for the follow through.
HX shares resume trading now. Hotel X-ray shares now at 1287 off the intraday high on Hotel X-ray. Right now up about 35%.
Have another big lineup tomorrow on halftime, including Nancy Davis, Ricky Saylor, Mario Gabelli, Keith Meister. Looking forward to talking to everybody again tomorrow. What do you have coming up on that?
Okay, Qualtrics, by the way, just so you know, someone might know the Qualtrics people as spin off of SAP. Others might know Ryan Smith as the owner of the Utah Jazz. He's fantastic.
Jack in the
And I
Box,
think that's great. This is totally. Mark Schiller trying to turn Hain around. I think he's doing it.
At the
And I think
highs
he's
of
a
the day,
very
now just
interesting
off the highs, up about
organic
3%.
food store. Remember when I said, thank you so much for your support of the program. Are you kidding me? 10 years? Wow. And, you know, I love you. I love you outside the office, too. I will not mention what I think because people don't like to do that. But, you know, if she were here, it would be fantastic. Thank you. It's mutual, by the way. What's your final trade? Okay, I'm going with PayPal. I've seen this thing now obliterated. Honest to God, if they buy Pinterest now, it actually might go up. And I don't want them to buy Pinterest because every time I sign up for Pinterest, I get spammed a gazillion times. But I have used Pinterest to be able to buy presents for my wife. Okay, good man.
Oh, brother.
IBM. I like to go with the smart money. The smart money is Stephanie Link. She laid out a perfect investment thesis on it. And I think in addition to that, as they spin off this Kyndryl, as they report earnings, people are going to be getting a fresher and fresher look and seeing how much value there really is here.
Okay, that's another owner of the stock speaking right there, just to make sure we're all clear. All right, Steph.
I like L3 Harris. They've got great program wins, above peer average margins, and a book-to-bill north of 1. I think the quarter's going to be very strong.
The man with the
CCL,
Joe
Holland
T.
America lines Rotterdam departs on maiden voyage.
The breakout in Bank of America is so real post earnings. The stock is going well above 50. Stock is cheap. Business is doing fantastic. Merrill Lynch franchise is the best.
Helps that rates are going up. What, 164? We're knocking on the door today. I mentioned the kind of day we're having in the stock market. Closing highs for the Dow and the S&P. We'll see if it holds. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Exchanges now.
Thank you very much, Scott. Hi, everybody. I'm Kelly Evans, and the Dow did just hit a record high about half an hour ago. The S&P above its close.
All right, whatever. All right, IBM pushing a little bit higher. I guess they like IBM. Stephanie Link is in it. Nice follow through. Let's see what the daily looks like. It's okay. Rite Aid. Rite Aid looking for it to push higher now.
Supports decision at November meeting to reduce asset purchases and taper by mid-2022. That's Fed's Vice Chair
Rite Aid.
Quarles.
Tesla up 250. IBM is going. IBM is on the move. IBM starting to move here. Expedia, seeing a lot of volume. Expedia, option volume. Interesting. Expedia. Big hammer. I think I'll pass on that one. COMM.
TSLA,
Marriott, MAR.
tweeting now, Tesla's Model 3 is the fastest selling EV of all time with 24 units sold.
Texas Roadhouse this morning news.
That's Tango Sandy Lima Alpha TSLA report from Tesla.
Thermo Fisher and Mara. Mara got a big bets on Mara, a $1.3 million bet on the long side. Okay, so that could have been somebody selling premium up there. I'm not going to chase it. FTCH, these are option trades that I'm just monitoring. FTCH looks pretty interesting. FTCH, when are earnings? FTCH earnings are 11/12. Farfetch. Operates a modular end-to-end technology platform to connect the luxury fashion ecosystem worldwide. All right, that's trying to break above the 21-day. This looks like a trend break in the making. Look at the volume. That looks like institutions. Farfetch, FTCH, that has earnings 11/12. So I might get something going here. FTCH. All right, SPY pulling back now. SPY pulling back. Not able to get through the highs of the day, so I'm thinking that SPY could pull back more. Watch SPY here. All right, I know Mikey's got some puts on. Let's see what the puts look like. Puts are cheap. Puts are cheap. Puts are cheap if we do pull back a little bit. Puts are cheap with VIX down here near the lows. If this does pull back, if it can't get above the highs, maybe some puts for insurance into Friday. Pinterest. All right, most stocks are just languishing, not following through at the moment. ATER is bouncing off of VWAP. Pinterest looking for it to push higher. All right, right now the markets look like they're going to fade. Puts are cheap for what it's worth. Puts are cheap. Uh, 50. All right, VIX is spiking. Puts are cheap. All right, so if we start dropping off here, we could see a nice little pullback. All right, let's take a look at SPY. So we aren't able to get above the highs, so this could pull back. Okay, 452.60. Looks like we could pull back first. I was telling you yesterday that, that was day 5 into this move off the lows, higher low, right shoulder, that as we proceeded up to resistance, there's a high probability that, this 5-day run dips first. I don't think we're going to roll over and die. I certainly don't think we're going to test the lows, but we could test the 9 EMA. We could test these zones right here, 447.50. VIX is taking off to the upside right now. So right now it looks like we're going to pull back a little bit. So puts are cheap if you're thinking about a quick day trade. If it loses VWAP and VIX keeps spiking, just for insurance. All right, what does Bitcoin look like? Merck looks like profit taking on Merck.
Seeing multiple full activity in Alpha Foxtrot Romeo Michael, November.
Bitcoin is dipping a little bit.
Currently at 149.49. Alpha Foxtrot Romeo Michael shares are pulling back here, 149.81. That's Alpha Foxtrot Romeo Michael. AFRM.
All right, I sold my BITO. I plan to scalp. All right, I'll be buying dips on BITO. The reason reason I sold BITO just now at the highs is that Bitcoin is coming back a bit. All right, it's fading a bit, so it's based on the ETF is based on futures, and we're a little bit hot up here at this level. Could keep going, but I'd like to buy dips nonetheless. ATER looking for a bounce. FedEx at the highs.
HITI, high tide, tip ranks article out now says stock at high tide stock to show 140% question mark. This analyst thinks so. That's Hotel India Tango India.
All right, we're right at VWAP. Do we hold VWAP in this range here? Or we drop down to where that gap is down at 450? Okay, keep an eye out. The puts are cheap with VIX at the lows here. The volatility premium is lower. All right, so Qs are coming. NASDAQ is pulling back. VIX at the highs, looking like it might reverse. Today doesn't feel as high probability for a follow through. It doesn't feel as high a probability as the previous 5 trading days. When we got that reversal 6 days earlier, where we're coming out of an inverted head and shoulders pattern, pretty high probability there as we moved above the 50-day on Thursday, closed above it on Friday, following through this week. So as we ease up to this level, start to ease off the pedal. Doesn't mean we can't push higher. It just means that this is resistance for now. And we could just sit here as a doji. Very little volume today. We've got 3 blocks at 251,000 shares each. 450.59, 450.59. Just remember 450. Futures pulling back. Tick cumulative is bullish. We just had a reset, so more than likely what we're going to see is a little fade, a little profit taking. People who bought the high of the day are probably going to regret it at this point. We won't know until the next couple of hours. Easing into 2 o'clock. We're right at VWAP right now. Okay, look at the 60 minutes, the S&P 60 minute and the Spider 60 minute. We're pretty far away from the 21 EMA. Okay, but it's trending. It's almost a straight line. Look for a dip. I'm looking for a dip to get bought. All right, so I'm looking for the dips here, not the highs. Looking for the dip to get bought. Or if you're trading puts like Mikey's trading, looking for this to pull back a little bit. Let's keep an eye on it. Could pull back. There's a gap here. This gap almost filled. There's a gap down there. I don't think we're coming all the way back there. This right shoulder, higher low. All right, so it's probably, we're probably just going to take a break for today. Every day is not going to be an up day. You have to get used to the fact that not every day is going to be a very bullish day. You can see how growth is faring next to value. Value is outperforming. So the Caterpillars of the world, Caterpillar having a good day today, Caterpillar and Merck. All right, so Caterpillar on any dip is probably going to get bought. Caterpillar. All right, so this dip right here on Caterpillar is much better than at the highs of the day. So we're watching for volume on Caterpillar right here. Watch Caterpillar. All depends on what the spiders do at the moment. I'm going to keep an eye on spiders. Let's see what Caterpillar's got in terms of Caterpillar. What kind of trades we got on Caterpillar? All right, Caterpillar, a nice dip here. Caterpillar watching the dip. Bitcoin continues to dip. Caterpillar looking for the dip to get bought. 5 minute, 30 minute, 60 minute are saying wait a few minutes. Maybe we'll get a better entry. This morning, we told you that probably the best idea is to take some profits into the first 15 minutes of the trading day. Facebook usually does this. So if you were swinging from yesterday, like Mondo, he took profits at the high, the first 10 minutes. This pullback, maybe it gets going at some point, but VWAP is flat. Qs don't look that great. NASDAQ futures are at the low right here. So look for this. Look for these cyclical stocks like Caterpillar to continue. Let's see what John Deere looks like. That's still dipping below VWAP. Flat VWAP, so it's probably going to be in a range. I'm not looking at this as a sell-off. Probably just a range at the moment. SPY looks like a bear flag. SPY bear flag. Puts are cheap here. VIX is spiking. Puts are cheap for SPY for Friday. Looks like we might pull back. All right, just remember SPY is in a flat VWAP. So far, what you would expect when you see flat VWAP. Okay, let me just show you what I'm looking at here. Flat VWAP, you look for the high and you look for the low, which could be, we could just look at the gap up here. All right, so we could see that here. I'm going to bring this up a little bit because that's more equal. All right, so you got a middle right at VWAP. You get that middle point. So once it starts to, you can see flat VWAP. So the most we would expect is a move back down to 451.20. The markets are very strong over the last 5 trading days. So I'm thinking that, okay, they're going to shake people out. Flat VWAP tells you there's no momentum. If anything, you're shorting from the high and you're going long from the low. Right now, we're right in the middle and looking like we're just going to drop off here. Back to that lower trend line. Okay, so that's what it looks like we're going to do right now. The difference between yesterday and today is you had an upward sloping VWAP. Now it's starting to flatten out, and we can't get above 452.60, which is the recent highs. There goes VIX. VIX is also telling you to be more bearish-minded short term. VIX is popping. VIX is moving here. So SPY is dropping off.
November 20 calls active now. Golf Echo November India. Shares ticking towards the highs of the day now. That's Golf Echo November India GE.
Micron showing relative strength. Looking for a follow through tomorrow. FedEx just at the high, just off the highs of the day. FedEx. Pinterest looking okay. ATER relative strength sitting at VWAP. The Bitcoin stocks pulling back. NYMO is still pretty positive. 46. NYMO's plus 46. So I'm thinking this is going to be short-lived. VIX is spiking, but I think this is going to be short-lived as far as the spiders are concerned. I think it's going to come back down. It's going to come back down to this level here. VIX is still spiking. All right, SPY pulling back into the range. VIX is at the highs, keeps going. VIX is at the highs.
EYPL, PayPal, Dow Jones out now, headlines. PayPal in talks to buy Pinterest. Pinterest talks are in early stage, sources say. PayPal shares drop more than 6%. Again, now a Dow Jones report, PayPal talks to buy Pinterest.
All right, VIX at the highs, SPY still pulling back. All right, so the most I'm expecting is a move down to this level with a flat VWAP. Okay, the difference between a flat VWAP,
PINS and PYPL.
flat VWAP on Tesla, flat VWAP. Okay, so you're looking for stocks that are showing a sloping VWAP if you're day trading. See the difference between Merck? While I wouldn't buy Merck just yet, I'm looking for a little dips. I do like Merck. It's traded its ATR for the day. ATR for the day is traded. Okay, so I'd like to buy some Merck on a dip. Trading it early from this morning. Now, we've got a headwind with the market starting to pull back. I don't think it's going to get much more downside than maybe where we started off the morning. Merck, I'm looking for a follow through. I don't like buying the high of the day. I do like buying the dip on the daily. That was a reversal yesterday. We told you that generally I don't like to buy the first day. If I do, and I'm thinking about buying 1,000 shares, I'd buy maybe 100 shares. I buy maybe 100 shares of Merck yesterday on the first bullish candle. The second bullish candle, I'm a lot more upbeat about the potential here. I would more than likely take like this morning, I took a position in Merck. We took the 81 calls, tagged 81, took profits. Now we're looking for a little dip. All right, but I'm still bullish. Does it mean it's going to go straight up from here? It could pull back first. So it all depends on what the indices are doing. Indices, I'm not seeing much downside, just to move back down to this lower level here. All right, we're already at that level. Maybe we fill the gap. Maybe we fill the gap. VIX is still going. Okay, got my finger on the trigger to sell some puts here. If you're gonna trade the puts, VIX is still spiking. I would have my finger on the trigger ready to sell them at the lower range here, starting to bounce. VIX is still going though. Okay, we got some selling there. All right, so we'll get a lot of people short. That'll bring some energy into the market, some pent up energy. If the shorts start biting here and dropping this more, if we reverse, that reversal is going to catch a lot of them off guard, off sides. All right, we got more dip buyers coming in here on SPY. Okay, we're below VWAP, so bounces should get rejected now. RSI is near 50, oversold. All right, VIX is backing off. VIX backing off.
XOM, ExxonMobil, Chad, ExxonMobil unit shuts down in production site on labor dispute. That's X-ray Oscar Michael. That from Bloomberg.
All right.
XOM.
All right, Pinterest is moving higher. So Dow Jones news wires confirming the PayPal being in talks, PayPal management being in talks with Pinterest about a buyout. I think the $70 level's been mentioned. All right, so looks like we're going to get a reversal here. Looks like a quick reversal. All right, VIX is backing off now. That was very quick. Got a lot of puts. Got a lot of shorts. All right, VIX is dropping off hard. We got a hammer right there on the 5-minute, reversing now, starting to move higher. All right. You're trading puts there. Trading puts, Matt, on Snap. You know, the funny thing is, if there is a funny thing, if I were to take puts here, I'd probably be wrong. Snap has just been a doozy. It's got earnings coming out, so
KULR technology now popping to the highs following an earlier tweet.
all right, looks like a bear flag starting to form here. If it turns into more than just a little dip, watch SPY.
Company said working on something quite a bit special. No specifics, and shares now recently hitting the highs, $2.49, up about 18% at the high. That's Kilo Uniform Lima Romeo, KULR.
All right, here's something for you penny stock traders. All right, I don't like to trade penny stocks as a rule, but when I do, what I look for is the signature of the Ross Camerons. If you know who he is, Ross Cameron runs Warrior Trading, and you got Tim Sykes. Whenever they're trading these penny stocks like KULR, that's in the lithium battery space, I believe. Let me see real quick. I just want to show you something as a day trader. If you're trading penny stocks, you should pay attention. All right, this company develops and manufactures carbon fiber thermal management technologies for batteries and electric cars. Okay, so KULR. So what you're looking for is the dip. Okay, you never want to buy the high. You never want to buy the rip. Always buy the dip. Ross Cameron teaches a buy the dip mentality. Pretty much the same thing. If this was a $20 stock, I'd be looking at the dip to the VWAP, and I'd watch for the volume. The volume tells me they're buying on the dip right there. This one's taken off to the upside right now. I'm not saying go after this one. All right, that would be a mistake, especially at the high here. You'd be buying at the dip. You'd be buying at VWAP. That's where these guys buy. They sell into this. They'll sell for 10 cents. They'll sell 10,000 shares for 10 cents. 20,000 shares. They'll hit it for, and if you watch level 2, you can see these guys positioning. If you look at it on the level 2, you can see 6,700 shares at 248 at the offer. And then you've got another block at 6,000 shares at 254. And you've got another 6,000 shares at 280. So he's got a bracket order running higher, 6,000 shares. So he's probably got 20,000 shares of this stock. He'll sell it plus 10 cents, plus 5 cents, plus 10 cents, plus 15 cents. Follow? You never want to buy these rips. Always know who you're trading against. Okay? They buy the dip. So this is KULR. You just heard Benzinga talking about it. So resist the urge to think that you know what's going to happen here. Know what everyone's doing. They're buying the dip and they're selling the rip. Okay? So the next level right now is 254. 254 is where the next level is. 6,000 shares right there. If you're looking at level 2, you know what I'm talking about. And then you got 280. 280, you got another 6,300 shares there on level 2. I'm looking at level 2. And again, I don't like to trade penny stocks. I think that's foolish. But if you're going to trade them, know what they're doing. Know when they get in and know when they're going to get out. And look for level 2 to tell you exactly where they're positioning. Maybe you front run them, you sell a couple of pennies shy of theirs. All right, so that looks good. All right, SPY's starting to bounce, so SPY looks a lot better. Okay, right there at that level, we got a hammer and a reversal candle. All right, so what I tell you, I drew this in here. That's right where we started to bounce. All right, flat VWAP. All right, flat VWAP right there for SPY. So far, nothing more. All right, so right back up to VWAP. All right, VIX is trying to hold this level. Spiked up there, got a lot of people short most likely. Back to VWAP now. All right, starting to see a little bit what could be a bear flag. So if VIX spikes up, watch for that. So far, it just looks like a range-bound price action that we're dealing with here. S&P and NASDAQ futures still look weak. Tick cumulative sideways, no suggestions there. 2-to-1 up volume on the NASDAQ, so they're still, I mean, the NYSE, they're still buying. They're still buying. All right, there's 7,000 on this KULR. There's 7,000 at 7,600 shares at 250. All right, so there's a sell order right there. All right, SPY. All right, VIX is starting to come up again. All right, watch it there. If it does take out this range, we could see a follow through. All right, so watch your SPY here. Okay, if it can't hold this range, watching it. 248, that's yesterday's range. 248, 249, that's about the most we would see most likely. So the most I would look at is maybe the 450 put or the 449 put, just for a short-term retracement. All right, nothing yet. Looks like buyers keep stepping up at 451.50. VIX is printing a lower high. VIX is printing a lower high right now. All right, so VIX is printing a lower high. Lower high. If VIX drops off again towards the lows, then look for SPY to get back to the top of the range. So if you're trying to trade options here on SPY, just know that pretty high probability we stay inside of this range. If we drop below it, then we'll reassess it. But for now, it looks like we're going to push back up towards VWAP. We could very well just print a doji up here, a doji or spinning top, small body candle. If this turns into a a shooting star, that would be obviously more significant. We're sitting right on top of this volume by price bar. You see that right there? That volume by price bar is sitting right on top of it right now. So there should be some support. There should be some support here. So we're watching SPY for a bounce. Rite Aid, no follow through. Pinterest, trying to push higher. Caterpillar, looking for the bounce. Looking for the cyclical stocks. You could feel the rotation. You can see it too if you're tracking the FANG stocks. They've sold a bit today, so most likely a lot of that money has gone into. Watch, you see SPY here. All right, most likely a lot of that money is rotated into cyclicals. You can see it if you separate the markets. Okay, look at growth in the top panel. Software, semiconductors, technology names. Doji spending top. What is cyclicals doing? Duh. You should be focusing on cyclicals. Yesterday we had, a good day. Both moved higher. The previous day, growth outperformed on Monday. We had that little doji. But now cyclicals, looks like the money is rotating out, some of the money out of Apple, not all of it, but some of it rotating out of Apple, which had a nice move, is going into cyclicals. So that makes perfect sense to me. All right, but still in a bullish trend. We're still looking for higher highs and higher lows on Apple. Look at the weekly chart. I've been stressing the weekly chart. These dip below the 10 EMA usually leads to more than a week above the 10 EMA after you dip below. We're going into earnings. Makes absolute sense to me that, they'll buy the dip, maybe take some profits off, put it into these growth, out of the growth and into the value area. This is not my opinion. This is what's happening. What's happening. All right. So, but again, they are not telling us to sell the markets. We already got our 6% correct, our 6% reset. So look at that. How can you have a pullback when you've got this kind of action? You've got more new highs, 162 new highs compared to yesterday. Yesterday you had about 190. So more new highs than new lows. This is making new highs, higher lows. Look what's advanced decline doing. It's rising. What's the NYSE doing? It's rising. So this pullback in the spiders is most likely going to get bought. Most likely going to get bought. All right. It's probably not going to roll over. That's not a guarantee, but that's what I'm reading. All right. All right, need to get above VWAP. Need to get back above VWAP. All right, VIX looking for it to roll over. Facebook bouncing. All right, so these growth stocks still seeing people buy. Stephanie Link talked about her barbell approach, right? Having some cyclicals on one side and having some growth on the other side. She likes Facebook. Facebook makes money. It's going into earnings. Earnings have been beating, so looking for a follow through here. Looking for SPY to get back to the highs. What's Merck doing? Merck, I want to buy the dips on Merck. How far are we off the highs? We're $1.45 Merck. $1.45. It has an ATR of $1.70, I believe. $1.75. All right, so we're off 30 cents. Is that enough to buy it today? I don't know.
Says don't understand why the Fed
I'll probably wait.
issue a central bank.
We'll look for another scalp tomorrow. If this starts to rip to the upside, we can get another shot at it tomorrow. You got a good trade on Merck. There's no reason to do more than one trade on it. That's just my perspective. But it looked good today. You had a nice trade on Merck, 50% on those options. If you took the 81s, about 65% if you took the 80s, higher lows. This looks like it's going to bounce, right? Does looks appetizing. It all depends on the indices. All right, the indices look like they're going to bounce here. Merck. On the dip. All right, SPY looking for a follow through. Merck. All right, so Merck, let's see, the 81s. For November. All right, that looks fine. Okay. All right, watching for the bounce, watching for SPY to bounce more. SPY. Okay, we're right back to VWAP. Flat VWAP. All right, let me go grab my lunch. I'll be right back. Watch price action here on SPY. If it gets rejected at VWAP, Watch VIX here. VIX is starting to rear its head again. All right, maybe some SPY puts again for a scalp. This loses its bear flag. Puts are cheap. All depends on VIX. Watching the VIX. If we start to move lower out of a bear flag here, look for it to drop to at least, I would think, 450.50. Maybe it fills this gap right here. Watching the VIX, watching SPY. All right, they keep buying this low here. These 5-minute chart, these 5-minute candles. They keep seeing. They don't know what they're doing. You see that? You get wicks on the top, wicks on the bottom. No follow through yet. Alrighty. Yeah, we just stalled right here. VIX. I have an order to buy some puts if we start to drop off, but right now it looks like we're going to hold here. VIX is holding pretty tough. Oh, look, Mr. Wonderful. Mr. Wonderful. Anton's favorite Canadian, Mr. Wonderful. All right, pretty much what you'd expect on a doji day. Whenever you see a flat VWAP, think doji. Picture this as being a candle. That's the high of the candle. This is the low of the candle. Where price action spends most of the time in the middle of the candle, right at VWAP. So if it turns into something more than that, it would drop off here. Okay, so we would see maybe a shooting star on the daily, which is entirely possible, by the way. We could see this reverse. We don't know what they plan on doing. I have an open order sitting here for the 450 put for Friday. Just if we drop off, I'll hit it real quick. See if I can make a couple $100. Other than that, I'm just sitting here watching other stocks. Merck's hanging in there. That looks like a good dip buy on Merck at some point. I'd like to see a little bit more discount. Caterpillar dips. I'm thinking Caterpillar's dip's going to get bought. All right, Caterpillar. Caterpillar looks good. All right, pushing above the 50-day. Okay, this is right in the area where, look at Lockheed Martin. Different industry group, obviously, but Lockheed Martin, a couple of weeks ago, look at the similarities here. All right, so you're in a markdown below the 921 and 50-day for 3-4 months. Once we see price move above the 50-day, we look for the 9 and 21-day to cross up. They're all starting to move up and to the right. Now look at Caterpillar. And once again, Lockheed Martin. Right? This is where Caterpillar is right here, right at the 50-day. Right? It's just about to pass through it. What do you think the odds are of Caterpillar following through? Well, I think it's pretty significant, actually. If you look at the S&P Equal Weight Index, that's why we pay attention to this, because You've got Caterpillar right at the 50-day. And what does this tell you down here? It says that this tells you that institutions have been buying for the last couple of weeks when 75% of stocks were below their 50-day moving average. Only 25% were above when it's at this low. You look for these to rip higher for your long signals. So what I'm looking for is for Caterpillar to follow what we see with Lockheed Martin. Now it's above the 50-day. That's part of the group that is participating here. Lockheed Martin 2 weeks ago reversed and moved higher. I hope this makes sense. Caterpillar is in the beginning stages. It's about to change direction. If it does, I would expect the SPY to continue to move higher because we've already got a 6% discount. All right, we've already had our reset. And the number of stocks trading below their 50-day 2 weeks ago was at 75%. 75% was below the 50%, below their 50-day. So do you think the odds are higher now for a pullback or lower? I think it's lower because you can see what institutions are doing. And we look for confirmation by looking at tick cumulative. And that's green at the moment on a 60-minute. But it's moving sideways, so that's fine. The final arbiter of this conversation is what SPY does at the right now. What's SPY doing? So it's in a doji, indecision. But institutions are selling a little bit of growth stocks, and they're buying a little bit of stocks like Caterpillar. All right, so Caterpillar, watching Caterpillar. Just looking at the dips, pulling back the VWAP. It'll probably be higher tomorrow. Caterpillar probably be back above the 50-day. So you got to get used to buying the dips. Okay, you might not be precisely on the low of the day, or on the pullback, the BC pivots, but we look for this pivots. Look for these pivots every day. All right, so it's a perfect time of day going into 2 o'clock to see a C pivot now for Caterpillar. Looking for it to push higher. All right, SPY is starting to move now. SPY is on the move, so it looks like we're not going to need those puts. If we get above VWAP, anticipate a push back up to the high of the day. Flat VWAP, range bound. Netflix looking for a follow through. All right. Rite Aid looking for a dip buy. Merck is strong. Okay, if they're gonna, all right. So here's another thing. All right, so here's Merck, right? We know what Merck is doing. Merck is second day bounce. We didn't want to buy when they announced the pill for COVID-19. Merck. Merck. No, that's Microsoft. Microsoft taking a break. Merck. All right, so why did that shift? Merck. Move this up here. That's the support level that we were looking for. See how volume by price gave you an idea where we might bounce? Right there. Okay, so just an idea, not a guarantee, but a good area where we would start to look for support, especially at this level right here. That one right there is even more major. Look at how well that defined the support level. Volume by price right here.
Toll Brothers announcing news luxury home community in Wake Forest. That's Tango Oscar Lima.
Okay, so big bounce right in this area, leading to a follow through. Now, do I want to chase it here or do I want to wait for dips now? RSI is back above 50. Looks good. All right, SPY still, it's probably going to just stay in a doji, so who knows who's going to win today. So Merck, why did that do that? Why didn't it update it? I just updated it. What happened? That's weird. Why did it do that? It's not saving my annotations. All right, SPY, no follow through. Keep an eye on SPY. I will buy some 450s puts if this rolls over. Can't get above VWAP because it could turn into more than just a idea. This starts to roll over. The 450s are going for 90 cents. All right, I got that open order. I'm sitting there watching. Does VIX start to spike?
JRJC resuming now after a
Why
halt.
is this not saving? Oh well. So you know what the deal is with Merck.
Shares of China Finance Online hitting $8.53 at the high. That's Juliet Romeo Juliet Charlie JRJC.
All right, no, yep, no follow, confirm, continue. All right, I don't know why it's not doing it. It's not saving my markup, but you get the point. It bounced at this volume by price band right in here. And looking for the follow through. All right. SPY. All right, so this is looking pretty interesting here. SPY, looking very interesting. Okay, so it's right up against VWAP.
It's 2 o'clock.
Notice all the wicks. Notice all these wicks in here. That looks like a bear flag. All right, I have an open order to buy 450 put for Friday. If we drop off, VIX is saying nope. VIX is starting to back off, so SPY should pop back above VWAP at this point. Oh, sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so I'm watching this. So today we saw SPY with a large buyer of 4,000 of the February 458 calls at $12.55 to $12.65 for around $5 million. Also a buyer of 3,000 January 468 calls.
Facebook is out.
All right, we're starting to move here, folks. All right. We don't need the puts. We don't need the puts. We need the calls.
Elevated prices. Most distributors reported significantly elevated prices fueled by rising demand for goods and raw materials. Economic activity grew at a modest to moderate rate, according to the majority of the districts. Several districts noted that the pace.
All right, SPY starting to move back up to the highs. Nice job.
Supply chain disruptions, labor shortages, and uncertainty around the Delta variant of COVID.
Tesla, we got the 800 calls. We got a $5.7 million trade on Tesla.
For goods and raw materials.
All right. 5.7 million. 5.7 million on Tesla. Woo-hoo-hoo. Look at Tesla. Wow.
S&P futures headed higher right now, 45.25.
The Tesla February 800 call, they got 1,871 contracts. Open interest 385. $5.7 million trade. Tesla. Tesla. All right, VIX about to roll over now. All right, so we got our verdict. You can see how we've traded price and not our opinion, what we think is going to happen. We have 452.60 as the high, 452.73, touched and pushed through it a little bit today. But on the daily, you can see where SPY resides. So I have no opinion. If it gets through here, fine. If it doesn't, then we'll look for a little retracement. The thing that I keep thinking about, the thing I keep considering is what the 50-day is telling me. How many stocks below the 50-day? Just 2 weeks ago, 75% were below the 50-day. All right, so we saw them buying off the lows, and we're right at the 50% level, 60%. So are we going to pull back again after a 6% reset? I doubt it. That's just my opinion. But 75% of stocks over here were below the 50-day. What is the equal weight index? Is breaking out. Equal weight is breaking out. Contemplate all you want that this is a double top. Earnings are good. Excuse me. Caterpillar. Caterpillar. I really like Caterpillar. I don't want to fall in love with Caterpillar, but I really like it. For a follow through tomorrow into this, I've given you several examples of stocks that are changing direction, going from a mark down to a mark up out of a base. This base, triple bottom base here, institutions picking up shares. You can see their signatures here, high volume. You got the S&P equal weight index breaking out to new highs. So if you remove the weight of these growth stocks, which makes sense that they're selling a little bit of their growth stock positions and buying cyclicals, the S&P equal weight index tells you that shit, we're breaking out. So it's not my opinion. It's what's happening. What's happening? All right, so that looks good. Okay. All right, we're pushing back to the highs. SPY, S&P is already broken out. S&P equal weight index. Does this trade? Can I get an intraday chart? I've never tried that. 5 minute. Yeah. Okay. So if we had a VWAP, you'd probably see it rising. Equal weight index. You'd probably see it rising if we were. Zigzag. Okay, a leg up, breaking out. 60 minute, 20 EMA. Where's the price? Above it. We've had a recent dip on the 15th, Friday. Following through. I don't know. I'm having a hard time getting really bearish. Having a hard time getting bearish here, folks. We're only 5 days into this move, 6 days into this move. From that reversal on the 13th, we're only 6 days into this. I keep going back to the 50-day. How many stocks were below the 50-day just 2 weeks ago? 75%. What do you think institutions are doing? They're buying. I'm trying to convince myself. I'm trying to convince myself. As my brain is, doing the whole cognitive dissonance thing. All right, so I see Rob looking at Regeneron, REGN, Regeneron. Yeah, that looks good. Like it. I like it a lot. Regeneron. Regeneron's at the 200-day. Look at Nike 3 weeks ago. Nike. All right, what's Nike doing? All right, Nike's finding buyers. Okay, Nike's going to follow through. All right, so we had a little bit of selling today. Nike's going to follow through. I want to buy some Nike, right? What time is it? 2 o'clock. Nike, looking for the follow through. Back above VWAP. It's flat right now, so we'll probably get a pretty good price on Nike. I'll wait a few minutes. Maybe I'll get a better entry. Nike, I want to give myself a little time, probably 2 weeks. Probably paying up a little bit for that premium, but the 160 looks like we're going to get above that. All right, let me see what Nike looks like on the biometer. Caterpillar looking for the follow through. All right, we got a flag on Caterpillar. Caterpillar looking good here. Nike looks good on all time frames. All right, I'm going to buy some Nike here. The 1105 160 call. Nike. Or if we hop above 160 tomorrow, those calls will be in the money. All 3 time frames are on buy signal. Nike, yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Really nice here, Nike. Nike. Following through, it's only got a 22%, 22% on IV, so it's not too expensive. And earnings are just out of the way.
MRIN, Marin Software now.
MIRN, that one tends to run from time to time.
Sweep, that's Michael Romeo, India, November.
All right, looking for Nike. I like Nike. All right, Nike's about to go here.
Marin getting a spike in volume off of that whole activity, Michael Romeo, India, November. MRIN.
Nike looking for follow through here. So far, so good. SPY, looking for SPY to get going. Looking for SPY to get it. Move. I really like Regeneron, man. That's a nice looking chart. Off the 200 day. Look at Nike. I just love the way Nike pulled back to the 200 day, based for a week, and then took off to the upside. Didn't give anybody enough time. The good thing about this, when you see this kind of base at the 200 day, it didn't give people a lot of time to think about it. It just took off to the upside, and when it did, people started piling in. Look at the volume. That's institutions. A jump above the 200 day tomorrow or this week seems likely. No guarantees, I'm just saying. It looks like we're going to jump above it. Nike, let's see what earnings look like. Last time around, earnings, Nike beat by, what do we got there? 20 cents. 20-cent beat. Earnings from 2020 was $1.84. 2020, $1.84. One more time. 2020, Nike made $1.84 in earnings for the year. 2021, they doubled that. $3.56. This year, $3.56. So they doubled 2020, and then 2022 they're looking for $3.61, and then by 2023 $4.76. So that looks like it could be a longer term swing on Nike. I might trade options. There goes VIX. VIX starting to move higher. I might trade options on it for now, and then, as it starts to make more money, I might buy some shares with those winnings. So I have a free trade basically, if that makes sense. So if Nike calls make a lot of money, I'll take the profits. I'll put it into Nike shares, and I got a free trade for a move back up to 174. Earnings certainly suggest a move back up to the highs.
AX, IMAX, 9,000 November 22 calls now. India Michael Alpha X-ray, IMAX.
All right, SPY drifting a bit now. It's not going to be an easy day, so it appears. All right, Nike's still pushing. Okay, so that 1 p.m. 1:01 p.m. algo was related to the Fed saying they support decision at the November meeting to reduce the Fed's asset purchases and the taper by mid 2022. So that makes sense what they would be interested in doing. And what I told you yesterday was that wouldn't it be interesting if they decide to taper right as we make new highs again versus down here? All right, Nike's starting to push a bit higher now. Nike, squeeze on Nike. There's still a potential for us to stay in this doji, not push back up to the highs. SPY. Nike, watching this one real close. Got a squeeze on it. 5-minute squeeze. Pushing higher. Watch Nike. Nike's going to get a move on here. I just got a feeling deep inside. Oh, yeah. Looking for this to follow through. Look at the volume. Watch the volume. If it starts to pick up here, that would in it part of the indication that we're looking for. Looking for higher. There goes Nike. Nike on the move. Nike looking good. SPY looking for the follow through.
NXTP, Next Play Technologies, announcing plans to launch a new class of tokenized medical real estate in conjunction with Next Play's extension into medical tourism. November X-Ray Tango Papa. NXTP. Shares of Next Play Technologies getting a pop here, $2.
Merck making new, headed back up to the highs. Merck. All right, MRK. You can see how we're tightening up on the squeeze here. I really like really like Merck for the follow through. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be tomorrow. We could pull back on Merck. All right, so I don't expect stocks will be up every single day. I do occasionally look for pullbacks, but what is really obvious to me with what we talked about with Merck 2 weeks ago, when it made these highs, that you shouldn't chase outside the upper Keltner band, that green line there, okay, that faint green line. You should wait for the pullback. It took a little patience, but we checked on it every day. And we finally got the pullback last week. On Friday, we had this little doji. Monday, this big candle. Thought we were going to come down to the 50-day. We didn't the next day, yesterday. We bounced. first sign that buyers are stepping up, and you see their signature right there. The volume, MACD's crossed back up. Stochastics is about to cross now. So stochastics, when it crosses up by design, George Lane, who used to trade cotton futures and commodities, wanted a way, he wanted an indicator to tell him what is the probability that price action over the next few days will close in the upper half of the daily range. So he designed the stochastic. Right now, if we put this at 5, notice stochastic right here, not quite turned. But if you put the indicator on 5, I'm going to do 5-1. That way it'll eliminate the signal line. All right, you can see that stochastics has turned. Okay, so the early signal, because it's a lagging indicator, early signal based on price action is that we should start to see closes in the upper half of the daily range. Does that mean every day is going to be higher? No, but probability is if you buy near the lows of the day or buy during the dip, like on the 5-minute, probability is that you're going to be correct and that the trade's going to work. Buy these dips, not the highs. You want to be selling these levels. I know Rob was selling that at the highs near 81. Crocs looking good. Crocs. Yeah, don't feel embarrassed to let me know that I have the wrong screen up or the screen is frozen. All right, so here's Crocs at the low. All right, that looks good. All right, Crocs. Retail stocks have been working. All right, watch Crocs here. Costco had a nice follow through today. Doji. So look for Costco. I do like Costco long into the next couple of months. I'm looking for a little dip. Okay, so if we get a little dip back to 460, 465, I'll be interested in buying. If the indices are moving higher, of course, which I think they're going to be. All right, SPY. All right, so I beat SPY to death. You're probably tired of hearing me talk about SPY. But we're in the sideways range. Okay. Oh, that's the S&P. Sorry. Spiders. All right, so here's our range today. All right, so we hit that low. Right as we were dropping below VWAP, we drew in these lines, and we said, when you get a flat VWAP, what do you look for? Tight price action. And if you read Gamma this morning, you already knew that we were looking for tight price action. The highs most likely will keep us contained, and the lows will most likely keep us contained. When you got a flat VWAP, I'm not looking for a rollover. What I'd be looking for in a rollover situation in SPY would be if we had, let's go out a couple of days here, and let's go to the 10-minute. All right, so to look for a rollover, you'd be looking for price action to be below VWAP, not above VWAP, not above VWAP. All right, higher highs, higher lows. Okay, this is a bullish consideration here with VWAP, price moves above VWAP. When it's below, then you want to be bearish. And, look for a slope. Also look for your slope. Slope of VWAP is dropping, okay? What was the stock that was hit recently? All right, let's just take a look at a weak stock. All right, so if you're a new member, what you're looking for. All right, so let's see, PayPal. All right, so PayPal's a good one. All right, PayPal. This is the opposite of a range-bound condition, right? Look at the 5-minute. I mean, this should be obvious, but so many people trade against the position. Now, look, this is probably going to get bought. This is probably going to get bought down here. PayPal. Here's VWAP descending. So every time it gets below VWAP, you're thinking, bearish. Do we get back above VWAP? What does the daily look like? PayPal looks like it bounced off of a triple bottom. I like PayPal actually. I bet you could get back up to 275 pretty quick. What do the 275s look like? That's way out of the money. PayPal looks like it's going to keep going. What do you think of the odds that PayPal retraces most of this by the end of the day? It's 232, 233. I like PayPal. Gets above VWAP, watch PayPal here. All right, looks like they're buying down here. Most people probably fell asleep and forgot about PayPal, that they're going after an offer on Pinterest. Pinterest is also moving higher. They're offering $70 per share, I believe. SPY looks good. So the point is that VWAP is bearish. You should be thinking bearish. Unless we move back above VWAP at some point and start trending in the opposite direction, only then would I be looking at a bullish trade. I would look at it at the low of the day as well. Look for a retracement. Quality name. I don't think this is going to just fall off because it offered to buy a company. MasterCard is off a little bit. Visa taking a break as well. Square, but it's higher. Square. Okay, most of these. Capital One Finance. Capital One looks good. Capital One. Capital One. Capital One looks really good here. Look at that. Looks like it's going to break out, right? Capital One. Let's see what Synchrony looks like. Synchrony Financial. Is it DCF? I always get this one wrong. Discover Financial. Nope. Discover. I always get this one wrong. Can't remember the symbol. DFS. Man, you think I got dyslexia when it comes to... Okay, DFS looks good too. DFS too. COF. DFS. Both look good. All right. So those look good. SPY just sitting there in a range. So we're not expecting much. So you either got a downward sloping VWAP or an upward sloping VWAP. Right now we have a sideways VWAP, which is telling us to look for flat price action. VIX is dropping off a little bit. We've still got 2 to 1, 2.6 to 1, almost 3 to 1 up by them on the NYSE. So they're buying. They've been active and they've been buying. Micron dipped below VWAP. Now it's starting to move higher. Watch Micron. Micron dip buys. Micron dip buyers back above VWAP now. Nike highs of the day. Nike back to the highs of the day. All right, Nike back to the highs. So we got higher lows and a flat top. So that's the definition of a ascending triangle. Those usually break to the upside. We just need to see the spiders do the same. All right, flat VWAP. Unless this starts to move in the next hour and 20 minutes. FedEx holding well. Nike buy signals. All right, Nike looks good. Um, Bitcoin. All right, the high of the day, Bitcoin 67,680. Bitcoin still on a tear, moving higher. Bitcoin stocks and related names should work. SPY, very lethargic today. The largest block so far today, 640,000 shares, $452.16 on SPY. All right, 452.16. We're pennies above that level right now. Pennies from heaven. All right, so we had very large block trades today on SPY, option-wise. As David had mentioned earlier, SPY, we had 20,000 of the 458 December calls being bought, 445 at the 450 at 2 p.m. We had, that was earlier. SPX breadth is very strong. Up-down volume ratios trending to the highs, and cumulative tick is already plus 4,000. Okay. Yeah, that's the other thing. Can we form a handle here? All right, so we've got the cup. All right, so Joe Kunkel over at Options Hawk making the comment that, all right, so we pointed out the inverted head shoulders that turned into thinking that was a cup pattern. Do we flag and produce a handle to go into the end of the year? We don't have to do it today, but in the short term, that seems logical. Not that the markets are ever logical, but we look for those patterns, right? We run up to support or resistance, and we have a reaction. Today, the reaction was they sold a little bit at the highs first thing this morning. And sometimes we get a handle on the cup and handle pattern. Sometimes we don't. So we've already got the reset. The likely outcome is that we're going to be at 4,800 by the end of the year, and that the call wall is going to continue to shift higher. SPY is starting to push now. SPY is pushing a bit higher. Okay, so we're coming up to the top of that range. Nice position there, David. Nice position there. All right, futures are trying to bounce. S&P futures look a little better than the NASDAQ, but both are trying to bounce. Got pretty good breadth on up volume, nearly 3 to 1 on the NYSE, 1.2 to 1 on the NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ's not faring as well. VIX trying to hold the lows here. SPY trying to hold the highs. So who's going to get tired first? Who's going to get impatient first? The bulls or the bears? We've got about a dozen blocks today, the largest being 640,000 at 452.16. We're 5 cents below that level right now. Tesla, flat day on Tesla, looks like a doji day. Tesla, doji, all right, that's fine. Merck, looking for a finish at the high of the day would be nice. Pinterest looks like it could run a little bit more. Pinterest is at the highs here. Pinterest, P-I-N-S. PayPal is in talks, not rumored, but in talks to consider a buyout, I guess, of Pinterest. $70 per share was a number that I heard. Dow Jones Newswire also came out with the same story. Benzinga broke it first earlier this morning, confirmed by Dow Jones Newswires. Like PayPal, back above VWAP now. PayPal is above VWAP, so this is probably going to start hustling. Probably starts to hustle now. PayPal. Okay. Imagine if that turns out to be a hanging man candle or a large wick here. I'll take either one. So far, the wick is pretty decent. 7 points off the low. And starting to build some momentum, it looks like. Looks like buyers are coming in. More and more people see it as an opportunity. I think it's an opportunity. PayPal, an opportunity. All right, VIX. PayPal looking good. PayPal. All right, so the buyers are coming in. All right, so running with the wind, or running against the wind. VIX is starting to roll over a bit more. All right, PayPal doing quite well here. PayPal on the move. Facebook just below VWAP. Can we jump up tomorrow? Can we gap up tomorrow on Facebook again? Tesla bouncing off of a flat VWAP and flat sideways action and a doji all day today on Facebook. Tesla. Pinterest. PayPal is in talks with Pinterest to buy out the company. I think it's a good company. I mean, I use Pinterest. Not that that matters, but most people that are familiar with it, looking for ideas. A lot of times, just pin them. They make, I guess, money off their sales. Looks good. Tesla flat, but doji at the highs. Micron looking for it to move back above VWAP. I get a follow through day tomorrow. That's be nice. Caterpillar looking for it to push off of VWAP more. ABCD pattern on Caterpillar. Pretty obvious now. Merck looking for that to hang out near the highs. This is traded on the New York Stock Exchange. So we'll see what market makers do with Merck now that it's at the highs. SPY's trying to bounce more. SPY. Do we get a run end of day? All right, VIX gapping down a little bit. All right, I'm going to take a couple minute break. I'll be right back. All right. Tesla with earnings. You know, it was only a couple of weeks ago that Tesla announced that they had delivered, what, 60,000 vehicles or something like that. I believe in a China plant in Shanghai or whatever. And about 40,000 of them were exported. So I got to imagine Tesla's earnings are going to continue to improve, which we've seen. If you look at Tesla's earnings, since 2000, what is it, 18? 2018 was the last year that Tesla operated at a loss of 27 cents per share, 2018. 2019, they went to a profit of 3 cents per share, 3 pennies. In 2020, during COVID, they made $2.24. So they increased their earnings by $2.21 year over year per share. Into 2021, their estimates are a 142% increase, or a doubling, more than doubling sales of $2.24 in 2020 to $5.42 for this year. They're reporting third quarter earnings. They're reporting third quarter earnings after the bell. And I got to believe they're going to beat. Remember, Kathy is 10% of her position in ARK is in Tesla. At least the last time I checked. Tesla. Even during a recession, Tesla managed to make $2.24. That's nice. Not a recession, during COVID. I want a Model Y or a Model 3. I'll take either. All right.
It's 3 o'clock.
Tesla. Looking forward to a nice beat on Tesla. Got a feeling they're going to beat large. $2.24 per share in COVID and $5.42 per share this year. Wow. All right, grinding a little bit higher with 58 minutes to go in the regular session. Tesla reporting after the close. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to that report. SPY grinding higher. All right, SPY pushing higher. All right, looks like we're headed to take out Mikey's stops if you hadn't already taken that off. Yeah, Steven's in ICU. So in the social channel, wish him well. If you guys can wish him well. Catwalk Trader is in ICU. Thank you for that update, Frank. It's like a big family here. I do feel like a big family. I talk to you guys and ladies every day. All right. Looking for a follow through. VIX. VIX looking for. VIX is starting to push up a little bit. So SPY is managing to get to the top of the range. Not so fast, says VIX. VIX is starting to push higher, so we could see this drift a bit lower. Maybe we gap up tomorrow, or not. Rite Aid turning off the lows. Pinterest at the highs. Merck in a range at the highs. Caterpillar looking for that to follow through tomorrow. Tesla, what are you doing, Tesla? Tesla with earnings out tonight. Make sure you say well wishes or whatever. All right. All right, SPY on the move now. All right, we're going to take Mikey's stop from him. All right. All right, I just posted a video in the news channel. Check it out later. It's the video I was talking about earlier about Tesla. All right, so we're pushing a bit higher, back up to the highs of the session. VIX is saying not so fast, not so fast. We're easing up against the highs of the day. Just a grinder. Not much volume today. We had two blocks over 600,000 shares each. Both of those were at 452.15 and 452.35. So 1,200,000 shares. We had a lot of option volume also traded, November and December options, and some big trades on the SPY calls that were noted by Joe Kunkel over at Options Hawk. So it'll be very interesting to see what SPY does over the next few days, next few weeks. I'm thinking higher. We could form a handle on this cup and handle pattern on the S&P daily that we've been watching, this cup pattern playing out. Pretty solid price action for the last 5 trading days. After this 6th day, 6 days ago, we had this reversal candle. Inverted head and shoulders, RSI rising. And if you look at the S&P equal weight index, we've already broken out the new highs. So we already broke out the new highs. No surprise. On a buy signal, we broke out the new highs. Okay. Everything's signaling. That's what we should be looking for. All right, so let me do this. Let me copy this. Yep, that's what it looks like. Looks like this. Upward sloping channel. Okay, looks good. So we'll see if we get to that upper channel line in the next few days, next few trading days. All right, SPY, VIX popping up here, VIX popping up. So I wouldn't be surprised to see SPY pull back into today's range. Okay, from this level here. We were pushing up against the high. Now we're coming back, flat VWAP. So price will probably close right around, very close to VWAP. Strong earnings are the mantra for this third quarter reporting into the fourth quarter. We started the fourth quarter on October 1st. So far, looking pretty good. Tom Lee updating his levels from 4,700 to 4,800. SPY intraday is pulling back towards VWAP. And we got 45 minutes to go. With VIX making new highs, looks like we're going to head to no high here, intraday high. All right, VIX looking for a lower high here. VIX backing off now. Looking for SPY to pop. All right. Kind of a slow day, right? Everything, a lot of stocks were flat. VWAP was flat today. No momentum whenever you see a flat VWAP. Best you can hope for are trading the highs and the lows. Rejection and support in this case on SPY. With the middle of the range at VWAP. All right. What's Regeneron doing now? Regeneron. REGN off of those lows. Making higher lows. Looking for a higher high now. Crox, C-R-O-X. Costco, looking for an entry on Costco. Another entry, Costco. Looking for the follow through. Maybe Costco gives you another entry on a little dip. Looking for a follow through. Target. Taking a break today. After a furious run, Target pulling back. Look for this 445, 450 zone to hold. Maybe that's a good entry right there if we pull back to that area and we find buyers. So the strategy would be tomorrow we see a little pullback. Maybe there's a hanging man candle. Or maybe I don't know, anything in this area where we start to see a reversal. Conceivably, that could be the first day tomorrow, and then Friday would be a follow-through day. All right, maybe a doji or a move lower that reverses back up to the highs inside of this area, because you saw these buyers right here from 245 on Monday. So I'm looking for those buyers to still be here. It's only about a third into that candle so far, a quarter into this candle. So we have a recent high, 256.95, and this candle right here as a reference point. So I'm watching for tomorrow for maybe we get a bullish engulfing candle, a move at around 252, and then a move back above 255 or 257 for a follow through. I'm still thinking very bullish on this one into October and November, December. They're always busy. Costco is always busy. And Target as well. Target's always busy. Walmart, what's Walmart doing? All right, kind of a slow day today. Kind of a slow day. You can see who's off. PayPal. All right, need to get it back above 260 or so, PayPal. All right, maybe tomorrow this is higher. All right. Anthem Health. Anthem Health. Up 28 points on the day. M&T Bank. A lot of banks on the move, right? Centene. Healthcare. Comerica Bank. Following through. All the banks are looking really good. Cigna. CFG, Citizens Financial, all the banks. Wow, the banks look great. Fifth Third Bank Corp. All right, Abbott Labs. Looking for Merck to do. do something tomorrow. Merck again, looking for Merck to follow through again tomorrow. It's up 1.79%. Really like Merck. Looking for the follow through. What's Johnson & Johnson doing 2 days after earnings? Here's your earnings. Day 2 gets above the 200-day. Looks for the 50-day overhead. All right, markets are just sitting here. We got Tesla earnings out after the close. I'm thinking they're going to beat, just judging by the number of deliveries they had, they'll probably beat their numbers. I really miss the days when Steve Jobs was around and Apple would always sandbag. Talk conservative and then beat big time. I miss those days in Apple when Steve Jobs was around. Still, Apple looks good. I like the weekly charts on all of these. All right. Each time it dips below the 10 EMA, buyers step up, institutions step up and buy. All right, this is only the first week above the 10 EMA since the dip below. Over the last 6 weeks, it consolidated. Looks ready for the follow through. All right, let's go look at the FANG stocks and see all of them on a weekly time frame. First, I want to take a look at them on the VWAP. All right, most of these are mixed. Some below, some above VWAP. Most of them are below VWAP. So you got an off day today. PayPal starting to turn back up towards VWAP. PayPal. PayPal looking for a follow through. All right, NIMO is at plus 45.50, trending higher. All right, Bitcoin has just been fading. Looking for better entries on Bitcoin. All right, so look at these on the weekly. All right, all of these on the weekly look good. Apple, Adobe, Amazon, Broadcom, Berkshire Hathaway. That's one I really like, Berkshire. Big range channel. Looking for it to move back up to the top of the range, 291.82 up to 293. But all of these have same characteristic. It pulled below the VWAP or below the 10 EMA. Now it's looking to push higher on the weekly. Cisco back above VWAP, the 10 EMA. Facebook's the only one below. I'm thinking that's going to get above it by next week. Google above. Microsoft above. Netflix above. Netflix out with earnings yesterday. Nvidia above. PayPal below. Qualcomm below. Tesla and Texas Instruments. So we got 2 out of 15. 3 out of 15 that are below VWAP, and the rest are above the 10 EMA. 3 are below, 12 are above. All right, VIX spiking up a little bit, making things interesting. Should be interesting to see what Tesla's earnings are like tonight. All right, so SPY most likely is going to come back into its range. It hit the highs. Not much to do right now. We've got less than 30 minutes to go. Less than 30 minutes. Unless you're trading these ranges. Okay, so we're right below VWAP now. So if you have puts, you'll probably get another opportunity to sell for a profit. Most of the options trades I've been seeing and the volume suggests higher by the end of the year. All right, PayPal looking for a pushback above VWAP here. PayPal. PayPal looking for a pushback above VWAP right now. Higher low. We saw Facebook do this the other day and had a really nice day on Facebook. What's Facebook doing? FANG stocks. All right, trying to push off the lows. Had a good day today. Most stocks are, green on the day. Netflix is off 14, looking for that to follow through. Over the next few days, Netflix hanging in there. Good earnings. Apple, flat on the day, plus 14 cents. Merck, plus $1.32. Moving sideways to slightly lower and a little descending channel on the 5-minute. Merck, a nice run. It's up 1.65%. All right. We've got 25 minutes to go. Not a whole lot to do between now and the close. I don't trade in the last half an hour most of the time, unless there's something really unusual. Yesterday we looked at Facebook. Facebook wound up gapping up. We contemplated buying Facebook yesterday, but decided against it. Some of you bought the dip and sold the rip this morning. Sold the highs first 5 minutes. Mondo and others. I decided not to. A lot of stocks are producing flat VWAP, much like the SPY. You can see right here. PayPal, even with the move lower, is now starting to flatten out. SPY's pulling back. Flat VWAP, pulling back into the range. Back below VWAP now. Probably going to test the low here. Still got a gap down there. Tick is, for the most part, Tick has hugged the zero line, moving sideways, plus 500, minus 500, but for the most part, just sideways in a range. Futures, seen better days, but not doing too bad. VIX spiking to new highs. VIX at new highs in the evening session. VIX. All right, so I like to say whatever they do after 2 o'clock, that's the direction right now. They don't have much of a direction. We got higher or lower. Puts starting to work. Again. All right, VIX at the highs. Just looks like a sideways range. SPY daily. What we don't want is for this to turn out to be a shooting star and close.
Coming up after the close today, earnings from
I don't know.
TSLA.
Tesla and these earnings tonight are going to be
EFX Equity,
probably enough to lift
Lam Research,
the SPY and the S&P
Silver Financial,
back up to 452.
KMI Kinder Morgan, LBS Las Vegas Sands, PPG, PPG
Las
Industries,
Vegas Sands with
BHC,
earnings.
and Healthcare.
VIX is backing off. The place to be, looking for shorts at the highs of the day was over here for the most part. There's still some resistance now at 452, but this move lower, you got a lot of shorts in here, a lot of puts doing well. Now we're reversing. So just like over here, it was much easier to trade on the long side than it was on the dip. Same thing here. Now that we're moving higher, it's much harder to short unless you get a nice resistance level like 452.60. Right now, SPY's pulling back a bit more. VIX pretty low in the scheme of things. The VIX is pretty low.
HX,
So we can see this bounce
Hotel
back up to the
X-ray
highs.
shares, resuming, moving back towards near the highs of the day, towards the highs of the day now, $17.12. That's Hotel X-ray HX.
All right, SPY pulling back. With VIX at the lows here, we could see this bounce back up towards the 50-day. You can see most of these occasions, when we hit a low, the next day we're higher, low, next day higher, low, next day higher, low, next day higher, low, next day higher, and so on. Low, next day. So we got a low. Will we see this move higher tomorrow? I don't know. Tesla's earnings are probably going to have a big impact on a lot of people's psyche, especially the shorts, especially if Tesla beats in a big way. I got a feeling they will, given those leaked memos from Elon, as well as reports. Was it Electra, whatever it is, the company that keeps an eye on the EV marketplace? Caterpillar looking for higher tomorrow. All right, SPY's starting to bounce. Our VIX gapping down on the 1-minute chart. VIX gapping down. Well, we got market on close. Market on close. PayPal. Looking for PayPal to follow through. Got rejected at VWAP. First try there. Second try. SPY. Still in this range bound pattern. Starting to bounce now. Right near VWAP though. All right. Bitcoin off the highs, but moving sideways. What's Coinbase doing? Coinbase had a nice day. Past few days, Coinbase following through. I'm looking for Coinbase to start to flag now. Or is it just going to go straight up like AMD did a few weeks back? AMD when it ran up like this for over a week and a half. All right, so got some sellers on AMD. It didn't make it back to the highs. 120, I saw the 120 calls trading today. All right, waiting. Let's see what AMD is looking like. All right, pretty much every stock that out there that has made dip to the lows is starting to see buyers coming in. End of the day. CEI, Camber Energy moving back above VWAP. Facebook just below VWAP, flat VWAP all day. FedEx looking for that to push off VWAP into the day. Las Vegas Sands, they have earnings tonight, right?
Market on close in balance, $190 million on the sell side.
Not much. Tesla looking for about a $28 move after hours. Tesla. Thank you, Lee Star.
TSLA Tesla seeing some call activity ahead of earnings. Tango Sandy Lima Alpha TSLA.
All right. Tesla bouncing. SPY bouncing. Not much to do, right? Not much to do. You got the sideways range. You got a flat VWAP. So hopefully I've impressed. I've said it enough times, beaten it up enough times that you get the point. Whenever you see a flat VWAP, you're not expecting a big range. Just look to the highs and the lows of the session. Here's an early morning gap up low, early morning high. Watch VWAP and look for price to stay inside of that range. SPY's starting to move higher now. Yeah, most banks are higher. Pinterest up $7.30.
WISH contacts Logic weekly $6 call sweep. That's Whiskey India Sandy Hotel, WISH.
VIX, a big ugly candle right there. I don't know what's going on. VIX dropping off pretty hard and then popping back up. So I think that was a fat finger or a bad print. Cayman CEI is on the move. CEI, I know you're watching it. FedEx looking for a follow through. FedEx looking for a follow through. FedEx flat along VWAP. So if it wasn't for the indices being in a temperamental mood by moving sideways doji at the highs at resistance, if it wasn't for the fact that SPY doesn't make a high every day, damn it, more than likely we'd see Elvis, or not Elvis, we'd see FedEx moving higher. We had a decent day today. What's Elvis doing? Elvis has earnings. Looking for a pop.
Market on close in balance now about 400 million on the sell side, $400 million. UNIT, Unity Group shares are spiking here on volume, heavy volume now, Uniform November, India Tango, UNIT, Unity, Zio and partners to seek to buy Unity, Windstream, that from Dow Jones. Parties discuss price of $15 per Unity share. That's Uniform November India Tango, UNIT. Unity talks stalled, overpriced, the sources say. That's Uniform November India Tango, UNIT, those headlines from Dow Jones. MCBS, Metro City Bank Shares, raises dividend from 12 cents to 14 cents. Michael Charlie Bravo Sandy, MCBS.
All right, we're coming into the close. We've got 5 minutes to go.
Dow Jones headlines on Unity Group, possible acquisition. Zio, the potential acquirer, is currently owned by EQT and Digital Bridge. Echo Quebec Tango and Delta Bravo Romeo Golf.
All right. All right. Yeah, we've got reasons to think follow through. More reasons to think follow through.
30 seconds to the market close.
All right, nice spike high, SPY.
It's 4 o'clock.
All right. Nice spike at the end of the day. Back, SPY back towards the highs of the day.
BA&R banner Bancorp reporting $1.44.
Okay, so decent sized candle today. 452.42, just 18 cents below this high.
Capital Bank shares reporting 76 cents. The estimate was $1.10 for Tango Charlie Bravo India TCBI. FDBC Fidelity D&D Bancorp announcing a 10% increase on its Q4 2021 dividend. That's Foxtrot Delta Bravo Charlie FDBC. CSX reporting 43 cents. The estimate was 39 cents for CSX. Revenue $3.29 billion is a beat for Charlie Sandy X-Ray CSX. SEIC reporting 97 cents. That's a penny beat for San Diego India Charlie SEIC. HBMD Howard Bancorp reporting 37 cents. That's a beat. The estimate was 35
All right, folks.
cents.
This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. I'm going to get out of here. I got to go run over to FedEx and run some prints for a project. So I will bid you adieu. Nah, crystal ball's not working. Take care, folks. Have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.